good afternoon, just by the stroke of a minute, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our panel. And the title's up there, Building Economic Resilience, and we're going to learn about the OECD's perspective. And my name is Dan Witt from the International Tax and Investment Center, and I've had the pleasure, privilege, honor, choose your word, of coming to Kazakhstan since 1993 and witnessing a remarkable transformation of the country, your capital, and the people. I mean, the fact that 62% of you are under 30 really talks about a new Kazakhstan. That's my history, ITIC's history, but the OECD. In 1994, ITIC with OECD and several other international organizations, we sat in the basement of one of your annexes with Kazakhs and wrote the new Kazakhstan tax code, which was revolutionary. It replaced 56 Soviet laws, tax laws, with one tax code. It was signed into law by President Nazarbayev on 15 April 1995. You know, I don't really like that date because that's U.S. tax filing date. They call it, Tax Day in America. And maybe there's some serendipity. My twins were born on April 15th, year 2000. So I can't get away from that date. But we have a distinguished panel today of experts from the OECD who have come from Paris, one gentleman lives here with the EU mission, and of course the Ministry of National Economy. So in addition to the title of the panel,
This report, I have a copy here. I have a copy in English and one in Russian, which is a public governance scan of Kazakhstan. It's just off the press. It's now available on the OECD website. I'm very, very happy to be able to launch this report today. And basically, it assesses the progress made by Kazakhstan in strengthening its governance system. The reform agenda, including the Concept 2030 strategy, really offers a very strong foundation for increasing institutional resilience, fostering innovation in service delivery, and also achieving national development goals. The government, you know that as well as we do, has launched several initiatives to really bolster administrative robustness and resilience. Now we have over 85% of services that are digitalized, which is exceeding today the EU average. And we also have the entire adoption of live event-based services to improve accessibility. This is also very much ahead of, I would say, the OECD or the EU at average. Regulatory processes have also been simplified to support faster business and administrative procedures. Since the 2019 constitutional reforms, Kazakhstan has also advanced a more decentralized and autonomous public governance system that has really nicely rebalanced powers between institutions and also embodies what I think is a very, very interesting concept, the listening state, which is something that I will actually try to promote inside of the OECD and with OECD countries to further engage citizens in policy making. Again, this is advanced by OECD standards and very interesting. You have also transferred many responsibilities from the Executive Office of the President and the Prime Minister's Office to central ministries and local authorities. That was very important. That was one of our recommendations some years back. And moving forward, Kazakhstan could really deepen this approach by further expanding citizen engagement tools and mechanisms. That's really the next step on these issues. Public servants, I don't know how many of you here are public servants, but they are very, very essential drivers of reform. The new concept for the development of the civil service 24-29 seeks to build a more efficient, transparent, and human-centered civil service. We also find that very interesting and very aligned with what OECD countries are doing. Success will depend, however, on attracting specialized professionals, enhancing the evidence base of the civil service, and expanding workforce flexibility. So still a lot of challenges in these areas. We know that Kazakhstan has demonstrating a strong commitment to innovation in the public sector. That's one of its strengths, and that's something that I have witnessed myself over the past 15 years, and which is increasingly today a critical dimension of resilience. It enables governments to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances, respond better to citizens' needs, and make a smarter use of very limited resources. So your country is already emerging as a regional leader in digital government. You have, we mentioned that already, digitalized about 85% of public services. You have embraced a live event approach. We've talked about that. And this represents a broader shift towards agility and citizen focus in the public administration. The next frontier, you have mentioned it, Dan, is leveraging AI to further transform government operations and service delivery. Again, you are moving very fast in this direction. The government has initiated over 50 AI projects across various sectors of government, reaching more than 8 million citizens. You have also built in a relatively solid in-house data architecture, integrating hundreds of state databases, which provides really a very solid foundation for scalable AI applications in government services. In the 2023 OECD Digital Government Index, which shows that around 70% of OECD countries have used AI to enhance the efficiency of their internal operations. 67% are employing AI to refine service design and delivery, and only 30% have leveraged AI to enhance the effectiveness of public policies. So we're still at the very early stages of AI in government, and you are moving along at the same speed as many OECD countries, and actually faster than a number of OECD countries. So congratulations on that. The next step of AI will be difficult, as it is difficult everywhere in the world. As implementation is not without challenges, governments are facing difficulties in a number of areas. First of all, scaling up successful pilots from individual agencies to system-wide changes. We are still very much at the stage of pilot across OECD countries. Addressing skills shortages, especially in technical and ethical aspects of AI use, a very big challenge for governments. Ensuring data quality and interoperability across institutions. Monitoring and evaluating the impact of AI on governance outcomes, and modernizing also legacy IT systems that constrain innovation. So these challenges and how governments look at these challenges and respond to them is very much a big priority of the OECD today. We have a big report that's coming up that's called Governing with AI, which I think will be of interest to you, with about 270 use cases in government that are analyzed, and I think it can serve as a good reference. So let me say in closing that I would like to really commend you for the enormous progress that your country has done on public governance over the past 15 years, the progress that I personally have witnessed. It's very impressive. Thank you very much for the collaboration also with the OECD. This is also, collaboration across countries is also very important to resilience, and so we also very much welcome this collaboration and cooperation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsa. That's a pretty good report card. One the pupil would be happy to take home to his parents. Very interesting, your comment on the listening state. So it's not just things coming from Paris to Central Asia or Kazakhstan. Here are some of your best practices going back to the OECD member states to share. So Kazakhstan has long been a role model for other countries, and this is yet another example. In AI, how can you better, more efficiently connect the state to the people to deliver for them? And that's an exciting new frontier.
Yep.
And I know the president has announced the development of a strategy to bring all these pieces together, again, to make sure it delivers for the people. Now, let's turn to Deputy Minister of National Economy, Jandos Shaimadanov. You've been involved consulting before this report. What do you think of it? What do you think of this report card? And secondly, it would be interesting to hear from where you sit, where AI is going to deliver for your people.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I would like to start with, of course, thanking the OECD team to arranging this very important and timely session. Of course, resilience, being economic, institutional, or technological, is no longer an abstract concept. It is nowadays a necessity. And today, more than ever, it is about adaptation through smart governance and digital capacity. Building resilient economy is an essential task for every government, not only for OECD members, but for the rest of the world as well. We all strive to create a system that can adapt, thrive, and grow in a changing world. In this regard, the OECD plays a critical role in helping even non-member countries to build and maintain economic resilience. Its outstanding expertise provides valuable policy advice, research, and appropriate tools for improvement. And we appreciate the assistance that OECD provides to Kazakhstan, overall to Central Asia, and we are committed to implement all these recommendations in our policies. Talking about this recent review, the public governance scan, I think it is very important and very timely, and I'm very glad that it is a continuous job that was done by OECD for the last 15 years, as you mentioned, and I see many new people, but also very colleagues who are in this task and following this public governance path for the many years. I see Mr. Baymenov, who was at the beginning and the cutting edge of the public governance, and I'm very glad to see new people who are interested in this area, and I encourage you to study this report and engage into this discussion. Overall, the OECD public governance scan provides a thorough, balanced assessment, and we, of course, we welcome it. The review affirms that Kazakhstan is not just reforming governance, but redesigning how the state works and serves its citizens. Elsa already mentioned some figures that we have a progress in. For example, over the past decade, we consolidated 954 documents into 313 in terms of the strategic planning system. Nearly 85% of public services are now available online, as you mentioned. But most importantly, I think that we need to mention that out of these online services, more than 84% they satisfy the citizens' needs. So we observe the very high satisfaction from the citizens. And this implies not only the digitalization, it implies the digital trust and, of course, the resilience. We are moving away from traditional bureaucratic control to a model that is flexible, human-centered, and data-informed. Yes, challenges remain, and you may observe it in this report. And as I mentioned, we are ready to implement these recommendations. This is essentially why we do these reviews jointly with OECD. And our task as the Ministry of National Economy, the state body which coordinates the whole government in terms of the implementation of the reforms, in terms of the OECD agenda, we insist on implementing these reforms in all the areas, starting from public governance to economy and SOE sector and many, many other areas. So coming back to this hot topic of AI, nowadays it's everywhere and it's becoming kind of hype on the one side, but I see there is a high potential in terms of the national economy and the public governance as well. Kazakhstan today is among the few countries in the region with the full-scale AI development concept or strategy, which also includes the public governance. Our ambition is not to automate bureaucracy, it is to reimagine the citizen-state relationship. We are aiming for 20% of government services to be AI-enabled by 2029. We are already building, and we have already built the Smart Data Okumet, the big data lake platform that Elsa mentioned. It consolidates almost 100 databases, which help us to build these AI models and provide the updated AI-ready services to our citizens and businesses as well. So we also have developed KazLLM, a large language model tailored to Kazakh language and public service needs. But by 2029, we aim to train 5 million citizens in AI-related skills and develop 500,000 specialists in this field. But let me be clear, for Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence in public governance is and should not be chasing a trend. It is a conscious, principled choice. And I personally want to emphasize 3 principles which are very important for myself. This is my personal 3 principles in terms of AI in public governance. The first one is natural intelligence should walk alongside with artificial intelligence. This means that civil servants must be trained to work with AI models, AI tools, not around them. In my experience, those who succeeded with generative AI are those who know the output or the results that they wish they want. And most importantly, they know what to do with these results. So they formulate the appropriate prompts and they use it. Nowadays, we see that those people who don't have, let's say, the domain knowledge in any specific area, they do the prompt, start asking ChatGPT or any other generative AI model, especially we see it in public service as well, generating this prompt, and when they receive this result or output, they have this illusion of expertise. Because AI provides this output, maybe sometimes not maybe relevant or not actual, and they feel that they have the right output. And we should avoid such case. Second is responsible regulation. New AI tools appear weekly, but we must ask what models, what data, who approved these models. I previously worked in the official statistics field, and I'm sure that these questions matter. Because again, we should transform from the use cases to a more resilient and more sustainable framework where all these use cases will be stable for long-term period. And that's why Kazakhstan is now drafting both a digital code and the legislation on artificial intelligence to ensure transparency, oversight, and safety. The third principle is privacy by design. We must build trust, as you mentioned already, due to this, not just through compliance, but through privacy-enhanced technologies, encryption, anonymization, ethical standards. Citizens must know that their data is secure and respected. These three principles, again, human readiness, clear rules, and built-in privacy, should define our approach to AI in governance. Without them, AI may become a noise, and with them, we see the key to the resilience and sustainability in the public governance. Beyond public governance, our work with OECD has helped to conduct a number of significant reforms thanks to meaningful recommendations and policy advice. The latest OECD surveys we have received last year in the areas of corporate governance, on SOEs, trade and transport connectivity, on the activity of Kazakh National Contact Point, and legal environment for business have allowed us to develop new proposals and adjust reform policies in these areas. Let me briefly highlight two areas where our cooperation with OECD has been especially impactful: corporate governance and legal environment for business. On corporate governance, Kazakhstan has made major strides in aligning with OECD standards. We liberalized parts of the economy to foster competition and private initiative. We've upgraded governance codes for SOEs, strengthening boards, protecting minority shareholders, and embedding transparency. We also modernized the Samruk-Karzna corporate governance code to ensure merit-based appointments and accountability. All these points and reforms were done within the President's decree on liberalizing of the economy. And all these points were provided by the OECD recommendations. That's why we appreciate this new report on public governance, and I'm sure that it will be used in the future and our agenda for reforms. These steps are helping to transform SOE sector and into a more efficient, transparent, and predictable part of the economy. On the business environment, we took a bold step a couple of years ago. In 2021, we rewrote the rules for regulation from scratch. This reform slashed outdated requirements, cut red tape, and introduced a smarter system of government oversight, designed to reduce inspections, curb corruption risks, and make compliance easier for SMEs. A consolidated package of amendments is now being implemented to simplify permits and remove unnecessary regulatory burdens. As a result, Kazakhstan is closing the gap with leading OECD countries in business conditions and building a more dynamic, investor-friendly economy, grounded in trust, not a bureaucracy. So in conclusion, I would like to note that when we address the issues in the above mentioned and other areas, we always take into account the recommendations from the OECD, which are valuable and meaningful. It helps us significantly in developing policy actions and implementing reforms in order to build and continue to improve national economic resilience. So we already have some very good progress in the areas like digitalization, AI adaptation, and I'm sure that the similar results could be achieved in many other areas and also in the public governance. So thank you again for this wonderful report. I read it personally from the beginning till the end, and it's a very good job that was done by the team of OECD, and I encourage everyone in this panel session to read it very carefully. Thank you.
Rajandos, thank you for those insights, and it was particularly nice to hear that we're not just trying to automate the bureaucracy. The citizen is at the center of it, and it's a new paradigm. That's critical. And also, I think, Elsa, it's heartening to hear how appreciated the OECD's work is here. Not just another report like we see from maybe the World Bank that sits on a bookshelf, but it's a roadmap that they are using, and you will see it on his desk with the pages turned and used. And William Thompson, he heads Eurasia Division. So, Bill, you're at the center of this. You're the point of connection, and it sounds like you're a trusted, valuable guy here in Kazakhstan. Tell us about your work.
Thanks, Dan. I hope I am. In particular, I want to talk about just one dimension of the work, because, of course, our division works with all of the substantive directorates of the OECD to support work with Kazakhstan and with other partner countries in the region, including ELSA's Public Governance Directorate, with which we have a great working relationship, not least because ELSA and a number of members of that directorate are alumni of the OECD Eurasia team. And I'm delighted to be here. I will mention, since we're talking about our histories, mine in Kazakhstan only goes back to about 1995. But I was already in the region when there was one big country here in the middle of the 1980s as a student and then graduate student. The aspect I want to talk about, though, of resilience concerns climate. Because, of course, if we're going to build a more resilient Kazakhstan, it's absolutely crucial that we think in terms of mitigation and adaptation, response to climate risks in particular, and such shocks. And Kazakhstan is well aware of this. We've been engaging the country, as has the Environment Directorate, for many years. The carbon neutrality strategy, which Kazakhstan has until 2060, reckons it will take $610 billion in investments. And the National Adaptation Plan, which is now being developed, will require further. But when you hear eye-watering numbers like that, I want to stress something important. It's going to cost a hell of a lot more not to adapt. First of all, that $610 billion includes a lot of infrastructure that will have to be built. It might be marginally cheaper in the short term if you don't build green and sustainable infrastructures. It's going to be much more expensive in the long term. So the so-called green premium is only a small part of those figures. This is about the infrastructure Kazakhstan will need over the rest of this century. And some OECD estimates suggest that most of the infrastructure Asia will need in 2050, 2060 doesn't yet exist. So there's a lot to do there. And so we've been working in particular in the framework of the Sustainable Infrastructure Program for Asia with partners like the International Transport Forum, UNDP, the University of Central Asia, on mobilizing investment and on policy frameworks to support the delivery of infrastructure that will be sustainable and compatible with these goals. And I just want to highlight three tasks that we have to think about. The first is the enabling framework for strategic planning. Now, everyone in the region knows people like to write plans. And many of those plans are basically wish lists, and they're replaced by other wish lists 2 or 3 years later. I always bring to mind Dwight Eisenhower, the commanding general of the US forces in the Second World War, who said very simply that in battle, plans were useless, but planning was essential. And by that he meant what we mean by strategic planning, which is not writing some document that tells us where we will go and how we will get there in 40 years' time exactly, but an iterative, inclusive, consultative, and very evidence-based process that says this is where we want to go, and we are going to figure out consistently, step by step, how we go. So the adoption of the carbon neutrality strategy is a vital part of that. But it's got to be, and the roadmap for its implementation, and OECD has been involved in both of those documents, these are crucial. But what's really important then along the way will be the modeling of least cost pathways, the developing of sectoral strategies, the establishing of indicator systems for measuring progress and adjusting when we need to, because however good that plan is, if it's a strategy for 2060, you're going to need to change it. And the crucial challenge in this strategic planning exercise is that it needs to be clear enough and credible enough that private investors and citizens will act on it in faith. They believe this is where we are really going. They're not going to make investments that in 5 years' time are worthless because direction has changed. At the same time, it needs to be credible. It also has to have that flexibility. And that's why the iterative consultative process is vital, and that's why actually it overlaps very closely with what else has been talking about in the governance work that we do. The second area, and I've got to watch the time because I'm talking too long already, leveraging carbon pricing. Carbon prices all over the world are way too low. They are several orders of magnitude too low in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has actually been leading in Central Asia on this topic and building an emissions trading system. Kazakhstan is moving, but there's a very long way to go. And to me, this is the most fundamental aspect. It will not solve all our problems. It's not that we will get the carbon price right and then we can sit back and let the market take care of everything for us. There will be investments needed, public and private, policy interventions. But until we get the carbon price right, we are raising the cost of every intervention and investment, and we are reducing the returns of every investment and every intervention, because we're working against the market rather than working with the market. And that means we really have to go forward with things like the reform across the region of fossil fuel subsidies. Very sensitive. We've developed and communicated with countries in the region a lot of recommendations about how to manage tariff reforms, to protect the most vulnerable, to provide a certain predictability so that this doesn't come as a sudden shock, particularly to those most affected. And we've also been working with Kazakhstan on the reform of the emission trading system, because in fact there are some extremely useful steps that are now in the works in Kazakhstan to take that emission trading system and make it something that will move us towards the kind of carbon pricing we need. And this is a really encouraging development in the country. And the last point is aligning supply chain development with these objectives. And that means thinking about the sustainability of the connective infrastructure that we're working on. And Gregory is going to be talking about connectivity, so I won't go too far into that, but it's an important part of it. Also, we're working with Kazakhstan and other countries on the development of the critical raw materials we are going to need for that sustainability transition. And that requires addressing issues like tax, responsible business conduct, but also sustainable mining practices. Because the irony here is we need to do a lot of mining for the sake of sustainability, but a lot of mining practices are themselves extremely problematic environmentally, especially for local communities. So we are working to build those kinds of criteria in to ensure that we pursue this in a coherent fashion. Also looking at things like the co-location of clean energy and transport systems, clean fuel development, and I have to say we're paying increasing attention to the fate of the Caspian Sea, which our Deputy Secretary General raised yesterday, a very important issue. It's a huge agenda, and if you look at the state of the world today, it's easy to imagine that we won't get there. I think we will, but I think being human, we will make it harder on ourselves than we need to, and we will take longer maybe than we need to. But I think it's a path we have to follow. And so I end with my all-time favorite quote from Max Weber, the German sociologist, who said that politics was a slow and strong boring of hard boards. That is, медленное и твердое сверление твердых досок. It requires both passion and persistence. And he ended, and this is what I hope we remember when we think about climate and we read gloomy headlines. He ends that by saying, all of human history confirms this truth, that humanity would not have achieved the possible if it had not reached out again and again for the impossible. So when it seems impossible, we need to keep reaching. Thank you.
Bill, two outstanding quotes, the favorite one, which I hope you'll share with a subsequent email, but the Eisenhower one too, that planning process. And I think back to sitting in a meeting in January 1994 when you had a Vice President Asenbayev, and he asked us, can we help them with the new tax code? And I remember my colleague Charlie McClure said, Mr. Vice President, before you get in the car and start driving, you need to have a map. Let us start with a roadmap and helping you develop a roadmap. And from there came many great things. Secondly, the challenges are enormous. But as we sit here in Astana and walk around, it tells me Kazakhstan has a vision and it can meet challenges. For those of you that remember what this place was like in 1997 and what it's like today, big challenge, a lot of money, but great plans that were executed. And you're not saying Astana's done, it's a great city, it's continuing to grow with amazing things. So I'm confident the future is bright, even with challenges that lie ahead. Now, let us turn to Johannes Bauer, Head of Cooperation at the EU mission to Kazakhstan. The ties between the European Union and Kazakhstan have been significantly strengthened over the last few years. Enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement. Share what these pieces of paper mean for real life connectivity, and I'm curious to hear more about the critical minerals.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the OECD colleagues for the invitation to this panel and for the very close cooperation we have. Dear participants, indeed economic resilience, of course, plays a very important role in these insecure times, also for the EU back at home. We have very important new priorities of the new Commission under President von der Leyen, which also want to tackle some strategic dependencies in key areas. The European Union will focus in the next years very much on defense capabilities and resilience, on energy resilience, and in that context also, of course, on critical raw materials. These are very important topics for the European Union internal policies also. But of course they have an impact on our global partnerships, and we need also new global partners for the implementation of that policy. And the way we are doing that is through our Global Gateway strategy, which has been adopted a few years ago and which aims at trusted connectivity with partners in and with partner countries, so that is long-term oriented and tries to invest in smart, clean and secure quality infrastructure, and also aims at connecting goods, people and services around the world in a sustainable way. And of course, one of the strategic priorities of the Global Gateway is in building resilient economies based on strong institutions and sustainable development. With Central Asia and with Kazakhstan, the relations in the past years indeed have strongly developed, deepened and widened. We just had 2 months ago now in Samarkand the first EU Central Asia Summit with the leaders from the European Union and from all 5 Central Asian countries. So Central Asia is a very important partner, and Kazakhstan is a strategic partner for the European Union. We would like to support regional cooperation in Central Asia and thus also ensuring independence, stability and territorial integrity in Central Asia. And of course we would like to strengthen further our economic relations with Central Asia and Kazakhstan. And if you speak about Kazakhstan, the EU is the biggest trade partner and biggest economic partner of Kazakhstan. But we have the important challenge to diversify also these relations, because more than 80% of our trade exchange is based on fossil fuels, and of course this has to change in the next 3 decades, taking into account the net zero objectives both of the European Union and of Kazakhstan. So with Central Asia and with Kazakhstan, in the context of Global Gateway, we have 4 main priorities. The first one is one where we are working already a long time with Central Asia. It is energy, water and climate. So sustainable development, bringing regional connectivity and supporting regional connectivity and cooperation on water management and on energy also in Central Asia. There has been a lot of progress, but there's also a lot of challenges, and what is needed in Central Asia, I think, is in particular to strengthen the regional institutions in that area. IFAS, for example, this is also the objective of the current chairmanship, IFAS chairmanship exercised by Kazakhstan in this area. We want to support the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, another very important priority under the Global Gateway. We need an alternative transport connection between Europe and Central Asia. This is not only for the transit of Asian goods from China to Europe, it is also because there is significant potential for developing our direct trade relations between Kazakhstan, for example, and the European Union. In this context also, we work a lot with Kazakhstan on critical raw materials. We have signed a memorandum of understanding. We are now already implementing the second roadmap under this memorandum of understanding. And we will have next week at the Astana mining conference also a big EU delegation to further discuss this. We need, of course, to bring further EU companies in the area of critical raw materials to Kazakhstan, and there's also still some issues to be done in terms of framing the environment and to make Kazakhstan more attractive for European companies. And the fourth topic, digital connectivity. This is our fourth Global Gateway priority with Central Asia and with Kazakhstan. Our suggestion and proposal is to bring satellite connectivity to Central Asia, also to enhance the resilience of digital connectivity in Central Asia as a landlocked region. We have set up our biggest program, in fact, also there together with the European Investment Bank, and with that we would like to bring satellite connectivity in particular to remote regions in Kazakhstan and other countries. On many of these aspects we are closely working together with OECD on the transport connectivity, on the trade facilitation along along the Trans-Caspian corridor. We are very closely working together. And of course, we have a long-standing cooperation with OECD on how to enhance the enabling framework, the business climate in the region in Kazakhstan, and there's still a lot to do, and we look forward to our cooperation with the Kazakh partners and with OECD on this topic. But I think we have a lot of challenges indeed, but also a lot of potential, and we are ready to tackle that through our Global Gateway programs and activities with Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes. And it sounds like a paradox, but to me, it underscores how critical it is. Here we sit in a landlocked country, and to have the words global gateway, how do they fit? But that's why it's so darn important. You mentioned water management, critical minerals in Central Asia. We actually have done 2 reports that you could find on our website that have been released in the last few months on that topic. And I think that really leads us right into Grigory Lecommand. We've worked on get this American tongue to behave in a French-like way.
This is excellent already.
Pick up on that connectivity. I mean, I think we all understand globalization is stumbling a bit. It's not going away, but it's stumbling. But at the same time, regional economic integration, regional economic activity is thriving. The Middle Corridor, Central Asia, how many leaders meetings have we seen in the last 18 months? More than the last 5 years. Can you pick up on that? That's the future.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. In fact, when we heard the title resilience for this panel, we thought immediately about supply chain resilience, which leads us to connectivity in particular. So Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor is one of the various corridors crossing the region. We are aware of this. Yet, this is the one that has shown the best dynamic in the last years. So we've been working very closely with the European Union, trying to track, using evidence and consulting with the private sector to understand what are the progress and challenges for the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor in the last 2-3 years and what is the way forward. So what I will highlight today is basically a few highlights from a survey of 150 firms in the region. This is not comprehensive. It's just a glimpse, a sneak peek of what will come a bit later this year and will be presented in the forthcoming EU Central Asia Economic Forum in Uzbekistan. So, the findings. Regional considerations. Dynamic is positive. Over the last year, 60% of growth in terms of cargo traffic. And looking about container traffic, it has doubled over the last 3 years. And effects are being felt in the region, construction of new warehouses, high-quality warehouses, better cold chain as well in the region, and also road renovation and extension. So this is concrete, this is tangible, and we observe it, and this is driven by this increased demand. Yet, we are aware that the middle corridor will not replace other routes. It's one additional option that we hope will be used more and more. It's probably less than 10% of the traffic via the northern corridor as of now. So this tells us 2 things. First, it will never replace other routes completely. But 2, there is room for improvement, which is what we focus on, in fact, here. In terms of policy development, what have we seen? Trade facilitation, Daniel was mentioning it, and the OECD is leading in terms of evidence-based knowledge. When it comes to trade facilitation, we have the OECD trade facilitation indicators that are published for the entire world, including the region, Central Asia, and Kazakhstan, but other countries of the region have been the top performers in Europe and Central Asia when it comes to trade facilitation. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that they are the best in the region, yet it means that the dynamic has been extremely fast. So the progress is observed is the fastest in this region in particular versus other countries of the European and Central Asian region. And this is excellent, because if we go back to history, first time I came to Kazakhstan was 2010, and that's probably one of the first time I've seen Central Asia topping OECD ranking in my career at the OECD. So I want to advertise this and congratulate Kazakhstan and the rest of the region for this progress. Yet on trade facilitation, there are issues pointed out by the private sector. I don't think it's a secret to anyone in terms of paperless trade, room for improvement, and standardization in terms of truck, for example, that are blocked at the border because it's not the right weight, the right size, the right dimension. There is progress to be made here. In terms of broader business climate question, because the middle corridor also relates to business climate-wide issues, what we've been told by private firms, protectionism, like truck drivers being blocked at one border because they don't have the right citizenship, for instance, so they have to change the truck, the driver has to be changed, they need another visa, or a permit. So this is a major bottleneck, and we are sure it can be improved via regional cooperation. Another major business climate question, and it links to economic governance and what Jean Dos was mentioning on SOE's governance, the role of SOEs in the transport sector and the railway sector in particular. There must be some improvement here that private firms have been complaining about monopolies in this sector across the region. If we focus now a bit more on Kazakhstan, because we are in Kazakhstan today and it's an event hosted by Kazakhstan, and we're sort of making a bit of a deep dive. Kazakhstan has a lot to gain when it comes to transit, of course. I mean, the location is quite obvious, yet one of our main messages is to look at this corridor as a regional cooperation and integration tool, as Johannes was mentioning. So don't focus on transit only, although transit, of course, is an important element. Look at this as a regional development instrument as well. So positive development in Kazakhstan on hard infrastructure, the ports like Kurik, Aktao, and the private sector confirmed this. I mean, it's not just me coming and saying it's great. This comes from private sector feedback. There are plans also to build a national ferry fleet that have been praised, and it's good. It will address vessel shortages on the Caspian Sea. Now, in terms of challenges for hard infrastructure in Kazakhstan, traffic is increasing, which is very good news, but the bad news is that investment in railway has to keep pace with this traffic. So we heard that the infrastructure are often worn out, or quality is decreasing because it's not adapted to the increasing traffic, and this links again to the role of SOEs in the sector. Another question raised by private sector is maybe preference for transit over import-export, because it's much more profitable to do transit for a railway company over import-export. Sometimes local companies cannot just export to neighboring countries because they don't have access to the railway, for instance. So it's a question to be, we understand this, it's more profitable, of course, makes more sense, but probably there is a balance here to strike between trade and transit if we want, again, the middle corridor to drive regional integration. Soft infrastructure, in the TFIs, I was mentioning it, trade facilitation indicators, Kazakhstan is number 4, if you want to know the details, on the progress observed in the last 2-3 years. Well done. There is still digitalization, in fact, has been the driving engine of these improvements. That's excellent. I will stop here, but last point is about environment, and Bill made this point. I want to re-emphasize Caspian Sea. I mean, there will be no middle corridor if there is no water in the Caspian Sea. And this has to be addressed. It's not only the business of Kazakhstan, it's a regional cooperation matter beyond Central Asia, since it involves all players around. But there is probably something that has to be addressed if we don't want to pay the price in the longer run, as Bill was also mentioning, that this has to be taken into account right now, probably. So keep this in mind. This will be important in the years to come and should not be underestimated. Dredging will not be sufficient to allow this corridor to be competitive in the longer run. Thank you very much for your attention.
Glory, thank you. You touch on the soft infrastructure. So much, it's road, rail, ports, fiber optic cables, but you've got to get the cross-border tax and customs. You've got to digitalize because we know about bad behavior when you cross customs. And it's hard for that to happen if it's machine to machine on a digital transaction. As we sit here at AIF, you know, we can't help but be impressed at the success of Kazakhstan in economic terms, but let's not forget geopolitics. And I believe both of these together are yet another reason why I hope Kazakhstan will soon be considered for membership in the OECD. Kazakhstan is the linchpin of Central Asia, the indispensable country in the region and the Middle Corridor. Kazakhstan looks east and west, of course, the historic Silk Road. But let's not forget the role Kazakhstan plays with North-South relations. We read about the negotiations, the peace negotiations, that some of the biggest challenges in the world, Kazakhstan adds value to bring peace in sensible solutions. And then, of course, there's sometimes the Kazakhs are modest people. You are an example to other countries of how to achieve economic success, economic growth that delivers jobs and prosperity for your people. You think about GDP per capita and what it is today and where you started when you left the Soviet Union, it's remarkable. It's easy, as I look at the young people in this hall, it's easy to take that for granted, but your life is pretty good, and with people like John Dos following the advice of the OECD and people like Elsa and Bill, it's only going to get better. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking this distinguished panel. Thank you. Excellent keeping the time, everybody. Look at this. 1:01.
Thank you
Fantastic.
so much. Thank you so much.
You want to get a family photo? Let's get one more. Bill, excellent. You need to sit here. I want to hear about all this. I'll be in Paris. Let's get okay. Yep. If there's Russian on your side, because that was quite impressive. Yes. But I'm coming from Paris the week of 16. If you're around, I'd love to check you out. He's the main guy. Please, you want to get up here? Oh, you're right here. Thank you. Well done. Let me know.
Thanks to you. Pleasure as well.
I'll be here the third week. Nice job. We did great preparation. I'll drop you a note. Because we got the posting on and she's got a bunch of stuff. And I'll come over here. I'll be. Oh, you will? Okay.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Hemen cevap verirsen.
Sen niye böyle şeyler поставить и потом взять и говорить. Нет, просто все. Вот она включена.
Когда горит green light,
Green light, он switch off. Нажимаете.
And I wanted to be sure that interpreters also hear me. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to one of the most important sessions of the Astana International Forum, when we'll be looking on issues of securing the future and advancing economic stability in a shifting world. I think this is the critical question that many leaders, policymakers, as well as the citizens of our countries ask ourselves, where we are going for. What could be done to advance economic development, economic growth, and how to ensure it's sustainable in the future. I think everyone is recognizing that we are going in uncertain world now, and really shifting priorities, and there is a lot of tension created around the globe. It includes crises like diseases, it includes geopolitical crises, it also includes changing in traditional policies and also the shifting the priorities and markets around the globe. In this regard, these changes have a great impact, of course, on the overall world, but most importantly on those countries which are still in transition or developing world. So very important how we ensure that our focus on providing finance for development, using different instruments across the globe, helping mostly these developing countries to be resilient, to keep economic resilience going forward. I have a good lesson from the previous session. When the moderator was talking a lot, then you have less time for the panelists. So what I wanted to do right now, first of all, I wanted to, I don't need to repeat my name, right? So it's on the screen. Everybody can read in this audience. Okay, very good. So with further ado, I suggest we start this session. And I'm really honored to invite Ms. Maha Al-Kuwari, the General Manager of the Doha Forum, for the welcoming remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to join you today at the Astana International Forum, an esteemed platform that continues to demonstrate the value of multilateral dialogue and visionary leadership in a rapidly changing world. In this spirit, the Doha Forum shares a deep commitment to the diplomacy, dialogue, and diversity as essential pathways and to building bridges, advancing shared prosperities, and shaping a more resilient global future. Our world stands at a critical crossroads. Geopolitical fragmentation, the enduring effects of the pandemic, widening inequalities, and ongoing disruption to global supply chains are testing the resilience of economic worldwide. While advanced economies may have greater capacity to absorb such disruptions, many developing and least developed countries remain deeply vulnerable, threatening their resilience and undermining their recovery. In the light of these pressing realities, securing a stable and inclusive future demands solutions that are innovative, inclusive, and mostly important, coordinated. In collaboration with Qatar Fund for Development, this panel brings together diverse perspective and expertise to explore practical solutions to today's global challenges, focusing on innovative finance models, strengthening international partnership, and laying the groundwork for a more inclusive and reliant economic future. At the Doha Forum, we believe the power of diplomacy and dialogue to catalyze change. By convening policymaker, business leader, and civil society, we strive to forge new pathways to peace and prosperity. Whether bridging adversaries, connecting North and South, or evaluating youth voices, we create conversations that transforms divisions into collaboration. Through partnerships with more than over 50 institutions, we draw on global expertise across fields. Last year, the Doha Forum welcomed more than 5,000 participants for over 160 countries. This December, we look forward to hosting our 23rd edition, once again transforming dialogue into outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are reminded that resilience is not built in isolation. but through collaboration, innovation, and shared vision. By connecting ideas, institutions, and individuals, we help build ecosystems where diplomacy thrives and economic stability can be restored. I invite you all to engage fully in today's discussion and join us also in Doha Forum on the 6th and 7th of December as we explore the theme Justice in Action Beyond Promises to Progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inspiring, welcoming remark. I want to also say thank you to the Doha Forum and Qatar Fund for Development for being organizers of this session. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. I'm really thrilled to introduce the people who have a great expertise and experience in the development agenda and also great visionary participating in various events across the globe. Let me start from His Excellency Timur Suleimanov, who is the Governor of National Bank of Kazakhstan. The next panelist is Dr. Antonella Bassani, the Vice President of the World Bank for Europe and Central Asia. Next is Ms. Roda Al-Naimi, Manager of the Investment Department at Qatar Fund for Development. And of course, we cannot pass away the private sector. So Ms. Marie-Hélène Berard, Independent Director, Member of the Board of Directors at Byterek Joint Stock Companies. Thank you very much for joining us today. We really look forward to your insightful thoughts, your vision to share. Perhaps to start the discussion, I have a few questions to participants. And so that's what we will try to hear from them. And I hope we will have some time in the end, perhaps to have some questions also from the floor. Your Excellency Timur Suleimanov, from your perspective, how is the geopolitical instability and inflation pressure impacting middle power economies like Kazakhstan? Can you share your views on this important challenge?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mikhnov. Thank you very much to everyone. I guess I would like to welcome everyone as a representative of the host country. I also extend my very warm thanks to the Doha Forum. Thank you for organizing this event for us. You know that Kazakhstan and Qatar share very good strategic relationship with each other, and that goes also to the events such as this one. And of course, Ms. Antonella Bassani, she is a very, very good friend of our country, and she's very passionate about Central Asia in general, and Kazakhstan in particular. So thank you very much. And of course, all the other panelists, I do hope that today's meeting is as exciting as it is fruitful and constructive. Well, thank you very much for your answer. And I think the couple of things that you mentioned, stability and inflation. Of course, inflation is the opposite of stability. Basically, when you talk about well, let me start with stability first. I guess this is the word: instability, turmoil, volatility. Those are the words of modern age, especially starting April 2nd this year, when the new era of trade regime or world trade order, I would say, was commenced from the United States, and we're still seeing the profound changes in the global trade, investment, financial flows, with very, very deep ripples on all the markets, financial markets first and foremost, of course, energy, as well as, of course, very, very real economy changes into the logistical and supply chains. Well, Kazakhstan. So I'll speak for Kazakhstan. I think first and foremost, Kazakhstan is no, we're not that prone to the trade barriers or to the newly established trade regimes, because even though the United States is a very important partner of ours, but our trade is about 4.2 billion, very even, and I think we actually run deficit of about 200 million with respect to United States, and 97% of our exports to that country are exempt. So basically, it's not the trade that is of concern to us. It's the secondary effect effects that change the dynamics on the oil and gas markets that affect our oil-driven economy. Oil still accounts for about, I think, 51% of our exports and about 35% of our budget revenues. Really, really big amount. And it's not promising to go away, because given the recent expansion at Tengiz fields and further exploration and production, the economy is growing. Non-oil economy is growing. There is no doubt about that. But oil economy is also booming in Kazakhstan. So basically, the percentage of oil and gas within the structure of GDP, structure of trade, and as I've mentioned, budget revenues pretty much is not changing that rapidly. So of course, oil price and China's economy being one of the largest consumers of oil, if they start to stall, and then it means that the demand for oil is lower, and of course, definitely, it is going to mean lower prices for us, and that's a number one concern for countries like Kazakhstan. One of our key macroeconomic parameters is price of oil. So basically, whenever the government thinks of future year's budget or macroeconomic forecast, the first figure that you have to come up with is the oil price. And now, which takes me now to the second one. The second one is, of course, the exchange rate, and it's very closely linked with the inflation. So, of course, there are a lot of pro-inflationary factors as of now. We're seeing that there is turmoil in value, in supply chains, in value-added chains, and that normally means supply shocks on the supply side. In addition to that, one of our key strategic partners is Russia. So we import about 31% of our imports from Russian Federation, and they have pretty high inflation as of now. And plus, given the potential stabilization in terms of military operation, the ruble is very strong at the moment. So it's about 79, 78 point something. Even though it's not market quoted, but it's very strong. So basically, it adds to the inflation importing from one of our key trading partners. So, in addition to external factors, of course, there is an ongoing tariff liberalization program, petroleum prices liberalization program, and it all adds into the mix of inflation. So we have a very unique combination of factors. We have a high growth of about 6% for the first 4 months, but at the same time we have relatively high inflation of 10.7. One thing that I would focus on, and I think it is really very well stated in the topic of today's session, is stability. So when we talk about stability is something real, something you can feel, something very tangible. So when all the governments, whether it's small countries, middle powers, or great powers, think about economic development, they always have to think in real terms. And real terms means something, in nominal terms, less inflation. Because real means this is something that our population can feel. So it doesn't have to be about statistical growth. You can have very high statistical growth, but which is not evenly distributed across the strata of the population, or across the regions, across the towns and the society. So basically, the word real has to be the word of the day, because that means that this is something that everyone can feel, everyone can have in his or her hand. So that's why inflation battling is very important for Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great introduction of Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think I'm grateful for drawing the picture and how Kazakhstan is actually positioned that in this picture and what challenges you're facing. I think when we're going for the second round, you will tell us about what policies you will be thinking important for your country to address these challenges. But institution, which probably quite unique. I can think about such global institution in addition to the World Bank Group. So from your perspective, what are the major development challenges for global economy you see most critical for policymakers to address?
Thank you very much, Andrei. And let me start by saying that I'm delighted to attend this event, which is really central to the World Bank Group mission of ending extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity on a livable planet. And it's an honor for me to return to Kazakhstan to attend the Astana International Forum. And I want to thank Governor Suleimanov for the government's really efforts and initiative to hold what is one of the most important global events where we can discuss economic and social issues. So thank you very much. And I'm also very happy to be in a session which has so many distinguished women speakers. So thank you. Yes. So the first quarter of this century has really shown an overall picture of slowing growth and rising volatility and uncertainty. And it's interesting that since 1990, only 27 middle-income countries have transitioned to high-income status. Many countries have moved from low income to middle income, but very few middle-income countries have moved to high-income status. And of these 27, 10 were in the Europe and Central Asia region, many of which were really pulled by the EU accession process. So the first decade of these last 25 years saw global growth rates of about 5.9%, which was a very good growth. But now, 2025, 2026, growth rate in the Europe and Central Asia region are projected at about 2.5%, less than half than that. So growth is slowing, and also a whole new series or additional series of challenges, which are often overlapping, is facing countries. In addition to persistent volatility and increasing uncertainty, of course, indebtedness is higher. For instance, external debt per capita in middle-income countries has been increasing in the last 10 years, which gives less room for maneuver. Financing for development is lower. FDI, for instance, to developing economies today is half of its level 25 years ago. Official development assistance is also declining. Trade restrictions are increasing, and in fact, trade restrictions were 5 times more in 2024 than in the 2010 decade. And this was even before the most recent wave of tariff measures. And of course, we have climate-related challenges, natural disaster, geopolitical tensions, which also have implications and impacts on global value chains and economic growth. But there are also enormous opportunities. And I think the Kazakhstan and the Central Asia region also shows that despite very many challenges, countries also and still face enormous opportunities and potential for growth and development. And this often requires a rethinking of the economic growth model of this country to adjust to the very fast-changing global context.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. It's actually fascinating what you said, and I think it's a good segue to our other speaker, Ms. Al-Noayami, who will, I appreciate if you give your perspective of global economic disruption for the shaping the financing choices of low countries. And actually, in the recently Qatar for Development really becoming a great player in the financing and responding through innovative and impact-driven funding models. So could you give a little bit of light from your this could be solved, what problems you see, and how the Qatar for Development could respond to them.
Thank you so much. Actually, one of the key challenges you have highlighted just now when it comes to declining of ODA and also the conditions of the least developed countries specifically, because these kind of challenges are not just a challenge to them. They are facing it as a reality every day. And the way the fund looks at these kind of challenges is a way of an opportunity where we can enhance development finance. And development finance in terms of how to attract different areas when it comes to financing for development in blended finance and the different aspect. But we have to also understand that we are not just faced of these kind of, let's say, challenges, but also it's a triple crisis, since debt is also unsustainable debt levels are always pushing the LDCs into a new wave of distress, and also hard-won gains in health, education, and livelihoods are also being reserved. One of the, let's say, aspect is the paradox of global capital when it comes to the reserve sitting and not actually being utilized to the different of building schools or developing education and so on, and also the distrust as well. Trust in global financial architecture is actually eroding, as you just noted as well in your remarks just now, especially when institutions are seen to work for the stable and credit worthy of it, while the vulnerable are actually being left behind. So the fund has shifted its way towards the investment specifically currently, because we no longer can continue with the normal grants. We actually focus now on actually how to join forces, whether it's a capital, private capital or public capital together. In a way, we come as a de-risker, and also to ensure that in fragile context where private sector is a bit reluctant to come in and to actually focus on the different areas where we can come in to help out as a public institution. My question actually is focused as well to the audience and the panelists as well, and more of a question that we should actually ask ourselves is how to unlock capital that is not just available but also accessible to those who need it the most. How do we design finance that is not just innovative but adaptive to fragile and evolving context? And also, how above all as well, how do we align every dollar spent in public or private with longer term sustainability and exclusivity as well? Looking at the different contexts, especially with the least developed countries, we are part of the Doha Program of Action, where we focusing as well to help out in the 5 tracks towards this. And the LDC actually is one of the conferences that actually said it, we cannot be fragmented in terms of how can we put on aid. We have to be more focused towards investment, towards development finance, and how to attract other players and not the normal as well. And looking at the different contexts, we are faced with refugee context, we are faced with the different aspect. Refugee camps, when you go and visit them as well, you see that they are as well doing their own raskas of actually borrowing together, making sure that they are also empowered in terms of how can they do best to their families, but within the context of it. So the question is that it's not about the challenges or the crisis that they are facing. How can we actually be there to help them access the financing and not let, for example, capital still sitting in some reserves and so on? It has to be utilized. The beauty of development finance and the financing aspect, it's a revolving scheme where you can reinvest, you can actually enhance job creation, you can enhance anything, but still the capital can always return and also still be utilized for other marginal
perception from the private sector which prevent probably from investing in emerging markets?
Thank you. We'd like to begin by saying that my first mission to Kazakhstan was in 1989, so before the independence. So maybe some of you were not born yet. When I see the results and the development of your country, Mr. Governor, I'm more than impressed. A great admiration for what you have accomplished. Thank you also to the Doha Forum to be partner and to have organized this panel. It's a great idea to put us among ourselves, and I would directly go to try to answer your question. So when we speak of private sector, we have to understand, are we speaking of small and medium-sized companies, or are we speaking of large and international companies? So when it goes to small and medium companies, the choice is very quick and very easy. Either small and medium companies are subcontractors of large companies, and they only follow the large companies. It's a bad thing or a good thing, but they have no choice. They don't go by themselves. When small and medium companies are totally independent and go by themselves, going to an emerging market requires a lot of criteria. One of them is what we would call stability, which is a word today that we are always attaching to uncertainty. And I would like to elaborate 1 second. We can have stability and instability without having uncertainty. It's two different notions, a little bit complex to explain, but I think in the changing system that we are now facing, we have the feeling that everything is changing every day and we can't make prognosis, which is not totally true. It's just a change. We have to establish new criteria. We have to use artificial, let's say, EA to have all the data of all the changes. And I'm quite sure that within a few, maybe less than a few years, we shall have new criteria to explain those changes that today look to us absolutely without any rationality. So let's go back to the main criteria. For a company to go in an emerging market, the first thing is resilient supply chains. The second thing is energy sovereignty, then digital infrastructure and robustness of this infrastructure, and institutional adaptability, as I said, which is facing all the changes that we are now knowing. Because what we know now is that, again, on stability, what we know is that it's not any longer normal cycles. It's new changes, and let's say the private sector needs to have a certain trust and a certain, let's say, hope that it will not be, it will not die within, the investments will not be totally a bankruptcy within a few times. So we have to, especially in emerging market, but not only in emerging market, we have to give a certain trust to the private sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look, I believe we kind of have heard quite a few views which are not different, but very much going into the same direction and really helping us to understand what's the issues we are facing in this changing world. And from the private sector perspective, particularly certainty, predictability of policies is really important to to make then changes, to invest, and to create more jobs, which is very important because many economies which succeeded, they were driven by the private sector led growth and private sector jobs. So with this, let me go for the second part of our session, which after we draw all these challenges and identify them, let's go for the policies and strategies actually for addressing these challenges and securing as we can the future and advancing economic growth in our changing world. So my question to Mr. Suleimanov would be mostly sharing his experience, which could be useful probably for other Central Asia country. It's what we can see here, you can see what fiscal and monetary policies have proven most effective in addressing the challenges you already mentioned answering your first question. Do you have some good example or you see some lessons learned that could be equally important for other countries in the region?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mikhnov. Yes, well, Kazakhstan is in many ways similar to Central Asian countries, but in many ways we're very different from our brotherly nations around us. And I think first and foremost is, of course, abundance of natural resource. That's oil and metals. And that in itself, of course, is an opportunity, and it also may become a curse. So basically, other countries, they have to go without it. And it's much more difficult because you don't have the same fiscal revenues, you cannot do the same sort of finance and state finance and public finance into infrastructure, human capital, whatever, you name it. But at the same time, it makes you agile. It makes you more adjustable to changing external conditions. So basically, yes, we are similar, and given the oil fund, given the big international reserves, we are very much different. So basically, I think the key problem for Kazakhstan, one of the key challenges for Kazakhstan was actually to take this difference away, to try and live as if the national oil fund or the hot oil money do not exist. That is the challenge, and I don't think we were pretty successful in not overcoming, but living with the challenge. But sometimes it can catch up with you. There's always this desire. There's always this intention. There's a huge pile of money sitting somewhere outside, invested into various assets, various jurisdictions. Why not take it back and invest it within your country? When basically a lot of people think like that, but I think this is a little bit short-sighted. You can do that for huge, groundbreaking projects of the national importance. But if you go ahead and do it as a regular injection, above the very basic fiscal needs, it will become a drug. What do we call when you have an athlete which artificially enhances his or her ability? You can run faster, you can lift heavier, but once the drug is out of your system, you're back to normal. And since you were not training without the drug, you were training with the drug, your body is not ready for that, and therefore you will start lagging behind. So one of the key structural challenges for Kazakhstan economic policy decision making is, of course, trying to live without the oil money. And I think we were pretty successful. The National Oil Fund is there. We haven't spent it. But again, we're making very sensible decisions in terms of increasing Republican budget's own revenues, non-oil revenues, such as VAT, which was inevitable. And I think we're on the right track. And but once again, I can speak about these policies for longer than I'm allowed to. But I think key structural, key political, economic, when we talk about economic policy level, is we need to live as if the national oil fund is not existent. Then we become as agile as Uzbeks, Kyrgyz, and other brotherly nations around us. means to live without the hot and easily accessible oil money. And then we'll be on par with them, and we can compete even when the oil era is over. So this is what we need to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. When I was preparing for this session, actually, it's good, Mr. Suleimanov, that you really give a broader perspective. But I know also in your capacity as a governor of the National Bank here, you're putting a lot of efforts to ensure consistency between monetary and fiscal policies, right? And I think this is despite like oil revenues, that's kind of one of the issues that may be probably useful for other Central Asian countries, how to make it going hand of hand rather than in different direction, right? Then you cannot achieve what you're putting as economic development goals.
Well, we're not the most exemplary jurisdiction in this respect. We have our ups and downs, and there are some parts within the fiscal policy that are pro-inflationary, and maybe we're doing something that the government would like to see differently. But yes, Mr. Mikhnov, you're very right. We have it's not coordination, because I mean it's difficult to coordinate policies that have different objectives in mind. Both policies have the same objective, long-term objective, which is welfare of the people, welfare of the country. But fiscal policy is doing it right here, right now, with the money that I have. Take the money from this, give the money to that. Our policy is neutral in terms of growth. Low inflation, stability in the changing world, stability in the changing environment. And that's why we have slightly different policy objectives. But again, we have very open-minded dialogue with the government. And this is something that I don't find very often in other jurisdictions, because I speak with my colleagues, governors from other banks, and we as governors of the central banks tend to, criticize the government. They're spending too much, they're not taking enough, and they're doing something too fast. I do not buy it. I mean, they have to do it. And if the governor of the National Bank is put in the place of Minister of Finance, Minister of Economy, or Prime Minister, he or she would be doing the same thing. So it's a never existing dilemma. You just need to be open-minded. You have to be very precise, very constructive, and don't have short-term. And one of the key problems is short-termism. Yes. You have to have at least medium-term interest of your country in mind, not just let me do this within the next half a year. I'll be a hero, and whatever happens next is not my job. No. Once you have the midterm interest of your country in mind, then all of the differences between central bank and the government tend to disappear.
Excellent. Excellent point. So we hope we all have vision and should have a vision which will drive our actions. Dr. Bassani, if I may ask you from your perspective, what policymakers across the globe, but also in Central Asia, should prioritize as policy reform in the current unstable world? And of course, it's like big 1 billion question, but I hope you can answer it in a few minutes.
So in the discussion we typically have with policymakers, we tend to encourage the thinking that the growth model of the past may not necessarily automatically work for the future because of all the changes and all the new circumstances. And in that respect, we encourage a new game plan for policy and reforms. And while every country needs to have a very specific
noticed for myself that your last point is very well resonate what Mr. Suleimanov was saying, that in some countries, well, you have like natural resource endowment, you can think that this is like the way going forward. But in case for these countries, particular low energy strategies and policies should be the priority for sustained economic development for going forward. Let me go to Ms. Al-Nuaimi with a question about, again, the Qatar Fund for Development. What you see like a main strength and challenges in adapting financing, different instruments financing, is actually to maximize the outcomes of this financing. You already started alluding to that, but probably give us a little bit more about your tools that we are using.
Thank you so much. In terms of the tools, the fund actually focuses on multiple tools, either concessional loan or bonds or equity, or also looking at blended finance as a tool. But in terms of my first discussions, I focused a bit on the blended finance, but blended finance as well, we don't see it as a silver bullet. We see it as an enabler, actually, strategically, in terms of allowing us to go beyond funding projects and also to shaping a market and also scaling innovation and de-risking development ambition. Our journey is always going to be ongoing on these kind of aspects, but looking at why QFFD and also what kind of strength that we have. For example, QFFD actually is a flexible, has a flexible capital and also political neutrality to play a catalytical role when it comes to in high risk and also underserved markets. Our positioning allows us actually to enter spaces where commercial capital is hesitant, to design financing structure that de-risk private participation in fragile or complex environment. We have embedded, as I mentioned, concessional lending instrument and also risk-sharing facility and also first loss structures into our operational model. Our concessional policy actually for loans offers a tailored terms such as starting from a 0 interest rate up to 2 to 4 depending on the country, and it's always case by case. We try to look at the country needs first and also not to deplete them when we are, for example, offering such tools. We work with the country to actually have a position to repay and so on. We try to actually ensure that there is a high grant element as well in our loans, just to also be abide in the development and ODA collaborations. We also look at how to ensure as well their debt sustainability and also across diverse country context. We also try to cooperate result framework, and specifically we are SDG aligned. Our result framework focuses on our project to actually show us impact on the level of the SDGs and on the level of the indicators. Having these kind of, let's say, focuses actually gives the fund advantage in terms of how can we resource our mobilization towards this, towards development project. But also we are always facing different challenges. For example, designing a blended structure that actually attract private sector into the different contexts that we are serving in fragile state and so on. And you alluded as well on this aspect. Having a development integrity remains a complex aspect in many LDCs, and also the investment climate is uncertain, and consensuality as well must be carefully deliberated to avoid market distortion and also while maintaining consensuality as well. Despite as well the tools available, uptake of blended finance as well in frontier markets is still limited, also addressing perceived risk, ensuring pipeline quality, and standardizing performance matrix is always a challenge as well as a development agency. But we try our best to actually have solution for these challenges, and there is always the identifying the risk in any investment opportunity we do, and also have a mitigation plan as well. But the focus is to help the country where the help is needed, and also making sure it's tailored to the country
needed when it's needed is really important. Let me go to Ms. Berar with the question is like from your perspective, you see any changes in the investment behavior of the private sector while we have this shifting world? Is it changing? How it's contributing to more economic stabilities?
It's a hard question because I see the changes. I'm not sure that those changes are going to economic stability. But the changes I see, we know that we are now working in what I can call geo-economic fragmentation. We know that every private company, large and medium, knows that the trade and the world trade has been changing. We know that institutional organizations like WTO, which we tried for years and years to use in the best interest of everybody, is nearly dead today. We know what is happening with the rise of customs and tariffs from the United States. We don't know exactly where we are going to end, but we know that this is a trouble. So the private sector has to keep in mind the geo-economy fragmentation. The second shift, the main shift, is, and the World Bank said it also, is a green transition. The capital has now can't do anything else than invest in less consuming of energy investments, and it is a total reallocation of the means towards what we know renewable energy, critical minerals, and of course low carbon industrial process. There is no private investment today which will not take these changes in consideration. And the next one is, the last one I think, is, as a change, is a new need of technology and digital sovereignty. We are totally in the world of digitalization, and there is no way to escape. And on the contrary, we have to be the best. I mean, each of us tries to be the best in this new digital world, and this is one shift that we have to keep in mind.
Fantastic. So, round of applause. Never escape, but embrace the challenges, right? Exactly. Look, what I wanted to do right now, I have plenty of questions, of course, I'm interested in. But I would like the audience to have probably a couple of questions from the floor using presence of our participants having here and having 10 minutes left before we enter the session. Are there any questions that you would like to ask? Please then name the person you want to ask. Do we have a microphone to hand over? Yes, yes. The mic.
I would like to ask anyone here, in your opinion, how might current social media consumption trends among teens shape future consumer markets and economic models?
Do you want to ask a particular person? Oh, you want to answer. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
You have no idea how powerful the youth voice actually. Now a lot of governments is actually adding youth to their ministries, adding the youth to the different aspects, but looking at consumer perspective and looking at how social media could play a role, and especially youth, it is one bad review, for example, on a certain aspect, a certain product, it either make it or kill it, for example. So this kind of aspect is really, it has a voice, and it's a very strong, powerful tool, in my opinion. So.
Ms. Berar, please.
Yes, it was not exactly your question, but let me add to what has been said. social media is so essential. But keep in mind that all the use you make of social media means data. And those data are used. And it's trillion of, I can't give the number, of huge amount of data which are now concerning each of us. And we are going, all of us, we are going to be modeled according to the data which are now collected by great, let's say, companies or institutions, maybe governments. So all the use we make on social medias are going to be our, let's say, a way for others to influence us.
Please, could you move the microphone there?
First of all, I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for their insightful presentations and thank AIF for bringing us together today. And my question goes to Madam Antonella Bassani. Could you please tell us which regional organization is quite successful in coping with all economic challenges and having this advanced economic stability in these days, if there exist, of course, and what are the secrets of their success? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that there is one specific organization. I think in my personal view, all organizations, and I'm referring for instance to international financial institutions, need to work together because given these challenges and given the opportunities that we discussed also, we can't think anymore of very small individual intervention or project or program. We need to think big. We need to think about big transformation, big economic transformation. And to do that, to implement those, countries need the unified support and coordinated approach of all I think, international financial institutions. And this is why the World Bank Group, we really try to work very closely with our sister partner organizations. And I, for instance, am very happy to indicate that in the region that I cover, Europe and Central Asia, we have a very strong partnership with, and I will mention some acronyms now, or the full name of the organization. I'm very proud of this. We have several joint programs that we support for countries with the Asian Development Bank, the AIIB, the EBRD, the EIB, the Saudi Investment Fund, Kuwaiti funds, Arab funds, the Council of Europe Development Bank, and I could go on and on and on. Because by pulling together our financial capacity, our technical and knowledge, we can best help our country rather than going solo. And I think, therefore, that rather than one single organization that is successful, is the combination of working together that I think can maximize success for our client countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we're coming to the closing of our session, I would like to ask all four panelists, just for 1 minute, tell us either main takeaway they take from their session, or they would like audience to take away from this session. Just one thing to conclude. And of course, Mr. Limenov, you're in a difficult position. You're always first to respond while others are still thinking.
Well, yeah, if we are to take the single one takeaway, well, I think you shouldn't lose the big picture. And the big picture in all the economic policies, social policies, technological policies, human capital, or whatever, you shouldn't lose sight of the big picture and I wouldn't call it the end game, but the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is always welfare of the citizens. It's not where you stand in international comparisons. It's not where you're ranking in I don't know, UN, World Banks, IMFs, or some other ranking, some other institutions ranking. It's not about absolute figures of your GDP growth, GDP, foreign investment, or whatever. It always has to come down to the citizens. The real incomes, real wages, distribution, the similarity of regions to one another in terms of hosts of economic and social indicators. So don't lose the sight of the end game. Always think about that in whatever policy you try to formulate. Thank you.
Fantastic. Dr. Barsani.
So I think we talked about shifts, we talked about challenges, and we talked about uncertainties and volatility. But one of us also talked about embrace the challenges. And I think this is the moment for many countries to embrace the challenges, because change always brings us with new window of opportunity to grow and to develop.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to build actually on you, specifically on the challenges, and also knowing, as I said, tailoring is really key, and addressing the different countries that we serve is really important, and getting to know them is really important, and making sure that the development projects or the humanitarian assistance we provide is always need to be tailored to that country, to make sure that you are, at the end of the day, you're not depleting them with aid, you're actually helping them out, and actually you are joining them in actually reaching prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Berar.
I would like to say the main point that is needed for success in an economy. I will be very brief because I could last 1 hour on that, is predictability in legislation, regulatory predictability, fair and transparent institutions, judicial independence, independence of the justice, equal treatment between local and foreign investors, and sometimes the need of an anti-corruption policy. And I think that in Kazakhstan, what again I've been able to see all the changes, you are happy enough to fulfill the main criteria. So there is very good reasons for foreign investors to be happy and to come more and more to this country. And if you allow me a last word addressing the governor, I've been spending 15 years in the French Ministry of Finances, saying exactly what you have said about the necessity to preserve reserves and not to spend reserves for the ordinary expenses, but to keep the reserves for the future. So I'm totally with you on this line.
Thank you. So thank you again, all the panelists, really appreciate, but also thank you to all of you of being here with us during this session and making this session a success. Thank you.
much. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. I think we are ready to get started. So, hasn't it been a wonderful event over the last couple of days? I think the Astana International Forum has surpassed all expectations and truly delivered on the promise of connecting people and connecting minds and shaping the future. Now, I think the quality of the discussion and of all of the sessions is reflective of the fact that we have a full room on Friday afternoon just before the weekend. And I think ahead of this discussion, I think we can make this the best conversation and discussion of the entire event, based on our panelists, based on our audience, and of course based on the topic that we've got. So just in terms of an introduction, my name is Dan Baxter and I am Vice President of Communications for Visa across Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa. And it's my absolute pleasure to be here with you all today and to be here with such an esteemed group of panelists who we're going to be meeting with. We're going to be discussing a topic that I know my panelists care deeply about and I'm sure everyone in the room cares about. So hands up if you care deeply about women's economic empowerment. Yeah. That's a lot of hands. And it's very, very easy to see why this is a topic that we all care so much about. Around the world, women entrepreneurs are transforming societies. They're sparking innovation and strengthening entire economies. The numbers speak for themselves. If we are successful in addressing the gender gap that exists in entrepreneurship, that can bring $28 trillion of additional GDP to the global economy. And if we look in Kazakhstan, the beautiful country where we are today, of the 2 million registered small businesses, almost 1 million of them are women-led and women-run. That's why it's so critical that we are able to put in play the forces that can enable that success moving forward. In Central Asia and Kazakhstan, we're seeing tremendous momentum and tremendous progress. We see this through our business at Visa, and we see it in the streets and the economies and the businesses that are in each of the cities. Our She's Next Empowered by Visa program has been designed to help women who run, fund, grow, or just simply dream of launching their own businesses. Across CIS, across Georgia, Ukraine, and Southern and Eastern Europe, over the last few years, more than 60,000 women have participated in the program, and we're now on the fourth cycle within Central Asia and within Kazakhstan alone. And I know my colleague Christina will probably be talking about that a little later. Today we're going to explore what it takes to truly unlock that economic potential that we spoke about. And as I mentioned, I'm joined by an exceptional group of leaders that are doing incredibly important work in enabling that economic success. So let me introduce my panel, and I will try and get everyone's pronunciations correct, but please bear with me if I don't. So first of all, I will go in order to my left. Well, first of all, actually, I'd like to introduce Konsula Zakaria Daltonovna, the advisor to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan on science and innovation. And Konsula is kindly going to share some words, and then we'll introduce the rest of our panel afterwards.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me please to greet you all to Astana International Forum. I'm very pleased to see you, to be around you, and to make a speech. And the forum has gathered the leaders, the experts, the representatives of the business community in order to tackle the modern challenges of nowadays. And our panel is a part of the global dialogue, and it is devoted to a very important issue, which is on how to explore economic potential and how to ensure economic growth through women's entrepreneurship. And you may ask a question. What does a scholar do amongst the entrepreneurs? The scholar who hasn't spent a single day working as an entrepreneur. Perhaps you know that I'm one of the scientists who has built one and only plant of the full cycle to produce vaccines and T-systems. The plant that has produced over 5 million doses of Kazvak, and this vaccine helped the lives of 2.5 million people. And it wasn't just me who contributed to this success. It was a whole team of people consistent of women as me, and we produce the product, we export it, and we design and develop new technologies. So therefore, I am a part of you, and I'm very proud of it. Global economy is going through large-scale changes, and it is the entrepreneurship that becomes a strong driver in terms of introducing the innovations and developing human capital market. In Kazakhstan, almost 50% of small and medium-sized businesses are chaired by females. Over 40% of females are those running their own businesses, and individual entrepreneurs are represented by women, and it is not something that is a coincidence. Kazakhstan has ensured equal rights and opportunities both for males and females. My personal principle is that I don't have any gender-related opportunities. Both of them do have to have equal opportunities, and this was initiated by the president to ensure legal protection, political representation, and political opportunities for women. And today, Kazakhstan is acknowledged by the United Nations as a state with not just a high level, but with the country with a very high level of gender development. Women contribute to corporate world, and which is a rare thing in science, for instance, when 54% of all scholars in Kazakhstan are females, and this demonstrates that our women are very ambitious, advanced. The government has been promoting gender balance, trying to achieve 30% of managers, female managers in public companies, and this is happening thanks to the assistance from the private sector and international development institutions. Nowadays, we have centers that provide free of charge consultations to the entrepreneurs in regards to public assistance matters, and we've been running the program for a decade called Women in Business, and since the program was launched, there were 45,000 loans provided in an amount of almost 91 billion tenge. To support agriculture, we have two programs, and the female business is very active. Business ladies launch online courses and run their own businesses using their own needs, and they try to address the issues that they've been facing before, and this allows them to be responsive, and this could be used as a reference to social responsibility. The future of public assistance is mentorship program that allows us to achieve sustainable development growth. Objective number 5, gender equality, in accordance with the focus, will lead to plus 9% to the GDP growth. And I propose to use today's panel to discuss challenges and solutions in order to intensify the potential of women and women entrepreneurship. And I would like to mention that lately The accent is done on applied nature of science and commercial component. And those who need to be consultant on these matters, I'm open for these discussions. I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you to have fruitful cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zakaria, for sharing such important words, and also for all of the tremendous work that is done through the President's Office in truly enabling Kazakhstan as a leader in science and innovation. So thank you once again. I'll now introduce my other panelists today. So to my left is Ms. Christina Doros, who is Senior Vice President and Group Country Manager for Visa across CIS&C region. Further down is Aleshka Sinkic, who is the Ambassador of the EU to the Republic of Kazakhstan. We are also joined by Mehlika Gida, who is Vice President of the Association of Women Employers and also within Women Entrepreneurs within Turkey. And we're also joined by Lazat Ramazanova, who is doing such important work within the Association of Women Entrepreneurs within Kazakhstan here. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. So we'll start with some questions, and I really do want to try and ensure we have some time to hear from the audience as well, to ensure that we can have a fully thorough debate. But Christina, perhaps we could start with you. You obviously oversee a number of countries across the region with very, very diverse sort of economic nature and background, I suppose. Could you perhaps talk on some of the trends that you see that's shaping business at large within Kazakhstan and Central Asia, and some of the elements that really make Kazakhstan stand out?
Thank you, Dan. It's an amazing pleasure and privilege, I must say, to be here today, to be able to share with all of you what we see is happening in Kazakhstan overall, from the digital payment standpoint, from the cashless development standpoint. But we know and we remember that digital payments and cashless, half of it at least, as Dan mentioned, is actually, as a business, is actually driven by women. So that's why it's a huge privilege to be here with you today. Indeed, all the markets we work with are, and we'll always say, each market is unique. And of course, despite the uniqueness, all of the markets that we work in share some general trends which are basically global, because our markets are really part of the global economy. So what we see is happening with the accelerated speed, I would say, is continuing of development of e-commerce. This is a global trend, and we see it going really very actively, including in Kazakhstan, and the proliferation of e-commerce. And I would also say not just e-commerce part of it, but also, the e-commerce online and physical commerce offline is really merging. The line between them is blurring, and you don't think about that because, that's our day-to-day life, but you can experience it yourself, and we are experiencing it ourselves when we do our shopping. We go online, we choose stuff, then we go to the shop, we try it out, then we go back online, then we finalize the purchase. So the commerce, the global commerce, is becoming one single platform, regardless we use it online or offline. So that's the big trend happening right now. Another important trend is that, and this is something very relevant for this group I know, is that small and medium businesses, and even micro, as we call it, businesses, and even we have a new definition of nano businesses, those really kind of small businesses, but all of them are going cross-border, are going to establish themselves with an ability to sell even outside of their village, of their city, of their country. And this is a very important trend, which is very relevant to Kazakhstan. From the research we've done, it shows that 79% of micro and small businesses see the cross-border sales, cross-border trade as the next big opportunity for their growth and development. And this is where Visa is really helping through the partner banks to make sure everyone has this opportunity. And I would like to highlight that these trends obviously are very important and resonate with Kazakhstan. And overall in Kazakhstan, we do see such an active embrace and proliferation of new technologies, which really drives our movement towards cashless economy. And why cashless is so important? Obviously not just for the sake of it, even though it's convenient, but we all know that each percentage point of cash to cashless conversion basically triggers 0.1 percentage points of GDP growth. And this is where it becomes really important. So in Kazakhstan, for instance, if you look at the results of 2024, we see that, and that's mind-boggling now, for every payment professional, these numbers are outstanding. 98% by volume and 87% by number of transactions are cashless. They're happening in a cashless form, and this is one of the most prominent results so far globally. And this really stands out Kazakhstan apart as a leader of not just Central Asia digital development, but we can take it much broader to the CEMEA, our region. We operate with 88 countries. So Kazakhstan is really establishing itself as a leader in this part as well. And one of the important part that we believe also stands Kazakhstan apart and supports this development is great advancement that the country did in the digitalization of government services. If you think, and that's something each and every one of you uses every day, more than 90% of all government services today are digitalized, and more than 90% of Kazakhstani citizens are using these services in digital form. Outstanding indeed. Speaking of trends, of course, that wouldn't be full comprehensive review of them today if I wouldn't mention AI, artificial intelligence, which is taking larger and larger part in our day-to-day lives. So we at Visa, we consider ourselves sort of one of the pioneers in using the artificial intelligence. We started back 30 years. Obviously back then it wasn't that generative type of it, but still we have a long kind of history, great experience of using artificial intelligence in fraud prevention, in risk management. And today we see that artificial intelligence will define not just the security and fraud management part, but also the personalization part, the consumer experience part, and we're speaking more and more about the agentic commerce, which we believe will be the next stage of development of the way how we shop, how we search for things, and how we buy. And that's a big topic we will be working together with partner banks here in Kazakhstan to introduce. Another interesting thing we're seeing, and you can tell definitely by the audience in this room, that generation shift is clearly changing the way people now shop, bank, live, basically. Generation Z, Gen Z as we call them, which is a great number of these people are happily here in the room, they are coming into the financial age. They start to be economically active, and this is really what changes the way we all live, shop, and bank and buy again. Because 2/3 of the people under 35 are doing their banking and shopping on mobile exclusively. And therefore, we as businesses, micro businesses, small businesses, big businesses, banks, Visa, we all should be ready to make sure we are capable to providing them with the level of digitalization they've been born with, basically. And I'm happy to say here that Kazakhstan is clearly one of the leading countries on that side as well, because Kazakhstan's infrastructure is fully ready to provide these younger consumers with all these benefits of digitalization. So there are many more interesting trends I would like to go on with, but I'm mindful of time, so I'll pause here.
That's great, and it's a really good summary of the role in which technology is playing in accelerating digitization and opening up different forms of commerce for businesses of all types. And clearly there's tremendous progress that's been made in technology and also in terms of entrepreneurship for women business leaders. But there's still challenges and obstacles out there, I'm sure. And I know you've spent a lot of time with small business owners. What are some of the areas which you think still hinder progress and success for many women setting up their businesses and starting out?
That's a great question, because basically answering this question means setting up a plan, a roadmap, what should be done in Kazakhstan as a country, in Central Asia as a region, to make sure that success that is always already there. And it was mentioned by Konsulu and Dan as well, that in Kazakhstan, you can say half of this micro and small businesses is run or set up or led by women. It's 48%. It's an amazing result indeed. Yet we understand that to make sure that micro small businesses led by women as a backbone of the economical development receives all the support they need. Of course, before you start to heal something, you need to understand what is actually the problem, what pain is there. So through the research we have done, we found out, and probably you will share that sentiment and feeling, the key barriers we still see in the women-led or women entrepreneurship development, and it goes beyond the country borders. It's basically the same challenges the women are facing everywhere, I would say. And this is first the fear of personal economical deterioration if the business fails, and that can impact the family, the personal kind of financial stance, and that's a big fear. And we all, as responsible people who are responsible for their families, for their kids, of course, that's something very important to address. Another barrier is the lack of basically expertise. It's lack of knowledge in commercial part, in marketing part, in digital payments instrument part, in e-commerce part. So that's something also that needs to be addressed. The next one is the fear of losing this, what we call work-life balance. That's your kind of engagement with the business may be detrimental to your family responsibilities. Few more things which women cite when they speak of the barriers that hold them from going into entrepreneurship is issues or problems with getting access to finance. That's a big one. And also sometimes, it's even the sentiment that you're kind of alone over there, that the whole world is against you and you don't have the community that could help you, support you, inspire you, move you, sometimes push you. So these are the barriers that are most widely cited by women that we've interviewed during the research. And so addressing these barriers, as I said, basically means establish a roadmap and a project, a plan of what should be done in order to help women overcome them.
Very good. Now, in the introduction, I spoke around Visa's She's Next program, which I know you've been a strong champion of in this country and across the region. Could you perhaps summarize the ambition and intention of the program, some of the learnings that you've taken, and perhaps some of the future plans moving forward?
Happy to, because that's something I'm personally so passionate about. As Konsulu mentioned, I must say, I've never did a day in entrepreneurship. I've been always with the corporate world. But as much as I was helped and supported by my bosses, by women in the corporate world, I understand how important it is for women to support each other, to make right things in the entrepreneurship world. So coupled with that, Visa is proud to be supporting female entrepreneurship at a global level. And to kind of answer these barriers, to address these barriers that I've just mentioned, we have established a global initiative which we call She is Next, empowered by Visa. And this initiative is being spread across our countries, across our regions we work at, and specifically in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we are now, as we speak basically, we're working on launching the 4th wave of She's Next initiative. And I would like to mention, before I go into a few specifics of it, I must say how appreciative and grateful we are to our partners here in Kazakhstan, without which this project couldn't have happened. And let me say that She's Next, powered by Visa, is supported by the Minister of National Economy of Kazakhstan, is supported by Halyk Bank, which is our partner, and which help us and help us kind of to build the financial part of the program, helps us to provide access to capital to the women who participates. And I would also like to call out specifically and highlight the extremely important critical role the National Association of Female Entrepreneurship, Female Entrepreneurs, ASMAR, and dare say personally, Lazat Ramazanova is playing in success of this project, because it was only due to this successful partnership we've managed to take the project, not to kind of make it happen, not just in Almaty, as you would expect, and we did it first 2 years, but last year, specifically in partnership with Asmar and Khalik, what we did, we took it regionally, which we believe was a breakthrough, because obviously women entrepreneurs, I mean, there are a lot of them in Almaty, and they can have access to the program, but we were so caring of the addressing the needs of women in regions, like this program that we have in Kazakhstan, One Village, One Product, so we can bring the program closer to them. And we did this visa, She's Next Day, supported by Visa in 8 cities, regional cities of Kazakhstan, where we had 16,500 of women registering to the platform and participating in the educational part of it that we had, where we tried to provide all the knowledge that we can share on these topics that were cited as hindering problems. Then we had a registration of the projects that women were submitting their registration. It was a public vote, it was an expert review, and then 12 finalists that we've selected together with Asmar as well. 12 finalists came to Almaty, where we had a final pitch, we had winners, and it was amazing experience for these women going through the project, gaining the knowledge, gaining the mentorship, gaining money as grants, and gaining support and inspiration. I'm really thankful to Asmar and to Khalik for that support, that we can continue to share this success for the next year, and we're happy to be able to continue with this program, which we believe makes an impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I think you touched on a really important point there, that the greatest impact can be achieved when the private sector and the public sector come together and partner on initiatives and bring the unique skills which different organizations bring across the board, which also gives a very good opportunity to be able to switch the conversation and introduce Aleshka. Aleshka, thank you so much for joining us again today. The European Union has obviously been a really important partner in Kazakhstan's development over the years. And I know women's economic empowerment and entrepreneurship are areas which you care passionately about. Could you talk a little on your perspective on the topics which we're here to discuss today?
Thank you very much, and really happy to be here. Even though I have to immediately start by saying that I feel completely incompetent to be here, because I think each and every one of the women that is sitting in the audience today could actually sit on the panel. I will just note one particular person that is sitting here in the panel, and I'm so impressed. This is Mrs. Otunbayeva. She is a former president of Kyrgyzstan. I met her when she was the president, so I think that's just somebody who I have to specifically note here, because I know that all the men, most of the men, I saw some are sitting in the session with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, whereas there are several women that are sitting here. So I really, really appreciate all of you being here, because I think and here I would say, start with my personal mission here. Yes, I'm a female ambassador. I'm one of 11 currently ambassadors out of 70 in Kazakhstan. And I think not only female ambassadors, but also male ambassadors are very much in favor of empowerment of women in business. We are seeing such a great potential of Kazakhstan. It's one of these growing populations, which is what we are envying in Europe, in the European Union, because I heard recently, I think it was actually Liazat who said that maybe I'm stealing your point, but until 2030, 30% of people in Kazakhstan will be under the age of 30, which is something that we, if you look at it from the European perspective, think seriously. And out of these people, 50% or there will be women. So one has to look into the potential of women. And again, I'm preaching to the choir. I'm 100% sure. I saw how many hands were raised. So the thing is that, of course, all of us here are exactly in this. So I will not talk about the challenges which Christina has so nicely outlined, as well as Ms. Zakaria. So I think that I will not go there. What I wanted to perhaps say, what we can do. I mean, European Union has projects. We have projects where we would like to get more women into sectors such as IT, into sectors such as green, because indeed there is a big percentage of SMEs are being, or relatively big, I think Ms. Zakaria was talking about 48% of SMEs are being women-led, but these are usually in the lower income sectors. So having them in high income sector is, of course, the IT. In the green, we are now having a project that is called STEM for Her, which means science, technology, something else, and mathematics, is to have actually in the energy. Green energy is such a future, and there is such a great potential, but somehow women don't see themselves in that. Women see themselves in health and school, which is all good and well, but there should also be able, so we should encourage them to see that they have potential in such things that are future. Green, IT, as well as the things that are the traditional one. And that has to go from the beginning of the education. And I think that's where we have to go, is when in the elementary school, when the girls and boys have to be told that whatever their talent is, they should just implement it. Right now, I think it's not only it's in Kazakhstan, it's in the European Union, we somehow in our minds, even to our children, give a role. We give them a role immediately. We say, you have to be a good mother, you have to be a good earner to the family. Somehow, even unconsciously, we do that. Even at the sessions like this, please excuse me for being a little bit cynical about it, but we are, all the panels that I was participating in, there were 5 men and 1 woman, because there had to be a token woman. Now we are 6 men, and then, with all due respect, you are a token man on this panel. So I think that's whenever somebody sees the title women in the title of the session, you will see female audience. So we are actually, if we are already talking about this topic, I very much like Christina's intervention, because she went into talking what she does, not about what is the woman challenge, right? I mean, I very much like that. Of course, Ms. Zakaria spoke about her job, which is to empower women, which is important, and we have to continue doing that, and I will always say that that's why I sit in this panel. But I think what we have to really achieve as women, we have to participate in sessions or ask questions, go to the male panels and ask them. There was this one manual that I saw which is unacceptable in the current society. There was one topic on, I think it was something very geopolitical, and there were only 6 men sitting on the panel. I'm sorry, this is unacceptable in the European panels. There would never happen in the EU anymore, and if it does, people don't participate. Even men don't participate there anymore. So sorry for being so passionate about it, but I do think that when we have such sessions that we want to empower women, we also have to speak to others who may be having different thoughts. But to go really back to the entrepreneurship, there is such a great potential in Kazakhstan. Great education society, great educated society. It's such an impact, emphasis that the president and the government is giving to the education, and that's where we have to start. Elementary education, boys, girls, you all have different talents. Maybe a boy will be a nurse. So what? I mean, it's all perfectly fine. And the girl will be in IT technologies. We in Europe have the same challenge. Don't get me wrong. We have exactly the same problem. So I think that's where we have to start, and that's our responsibility as, and I'm speaking to the majority here as women, to actually go out there and say such message. I can talk about access to finance, because all of these are challenges. I can talk about work-life balance, big challenges, but I think they were very, very eloquently already addressed by previous speakers, and I'm sure also by the future one. So I wanted to express my passion differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I both love the passion and love the opportunity to be here and to listen, learn, and be an ally as well. You spoke about one of the... I'd love to ask you a bit more in terms of some of the factors that you think we need to address to be able to overcome some of the obstacles that you outlined. And I think you spoke around broadening the conversation, ensuring that it's not just a conversation happening in a room with a group, but it's something which we're able to connect with all of the broadest audience possible. Are there other factors that you think we really need to focus on? And are there efforts that the EU has a strong female-led organisation underway that perhaps you can share as well?
I said, I think that Christina has mentioned them as well earlier. I mean, if we identify the problem is that perhaps we start not early enough in the empowerment of women. So again, I talk education, and that's where there's the first thing. Then access to finance has been mentioned, and here I think there has to be institutions such as yours and some others, banks, etc., which have to maybe give some priority to the women-led businesses, perhaps, if this is what we want to achieve. And I think third big topic, which is on the governments, maybe more, is the whole fighting the social norms and stereotypes, meaning ensuring the work-life balance, ensuring that there are, I don't know, crash and kindergartens in the jobs, in the companies. There's more and more of such things happening very much in the European societies. And maybe one big thing is also the issue of absence of women after they have children. And I will again talk about it because, you know, maternity leave is an important time for a mother and child, but increasing number of countries in the European Union are also giving the paternity leave obligatory even, so that the fathers also have to spend time with their children. And I think that's not yet in Kazakhstan. I'm not so sure. But that is something that could be maybe looked at and thought about. And I think this work-life balance, I think, is a major thing, because then it all leads to the fact that networking happens between men. The whole businesses are somehow, and diplomacy. Can I give you a little anecdote example? I was a deputy permanent representative in New York in the UN, where most of the ambassadors are male, but not only. And then the men had their own association where they were smoking cigars, and, you know, there were things where somehow women were invited, but somehow it's kind of guided towards this society, and the women had their own networks. So somehow we are, and to encourage women participation, so somehow we have to merge this networking as well, and I think through education and social inclusion that will work.
I fully agree. I think it's a really interesting point on maternity leave and enabling women to come back to work after children. I mean, within Visa, we announced or introduced a new policy a couple of years ago, which gave both mothers and fathers 14 weeks paternity or maternity leave immediately after a child. And I think when you are able to strike the right balance across parents, it can certainly help in terms of bringing back to work. Meklika, Memnun oldum. I know you work across a number of associations and federations. It's just there. Yeah, you got it. You work across a number of associations and federations in Turkey. Could you perhaps give a bit of background in terms of the work that you do and the challenges that you're looking to overcome and where you're seeing progress in the country?
Okay, thank you then. First of all, it's very exciting to be here, and it's an honor for us as an association to be invited here. We are here for sharing our experiences with you, as we are Women Employers and Industrials Association from Turkey. And our main aim, of course, to strengthen the position of women in economy. And this is not only essential for us, for women. We believe that it is also for creating a sustainable and inclusive economy at the same time. We have four main aims in business world, for business women. First, to increase the number of women entrepreneurs in this business world. For this, we provide mentoring and training support. And the second one, of course, as business women, competitive power. It's very important for us in business world, competitive power, and make ourselves more visible in order to eliminate the disadvantages of being a woman in business life. For this, we develop strategies and by forming strong partnerships with the other associations. And the third one, it is very important for us to increase our equal representation. And then it is very important, and we are developing projects that will enable us to have a place in decision-making management bodies, because we are less in management bodies. And the most important, of course, we work to increase women employment and ensure that they have equal rights and opportunities in their working lives. So In Turkey, we are aware that the most important issue, the most important part to achieving these goals is the culture of gender equality. And it needs to be in every aspect of life. So as a first step, we decided to start from the business world that we are familiar all the dynamics of the business life, and we developed a training program titled Gender Equality in Workplaces. We collaborated with top university we call in Turkey. It is the parent organization of the Chambers of Industry and Commerce to certify this program. In order to receive the certificate, all employees, including blue collar, white collar, and the owner of the companies, has to take this training, receive this training program, and companies that complete the training are certified as workplaces that are sensitive to gender equality. In this way, a more just and equal environment is created for women employees. On the other hand, we experienced that. However, we compete under the same conditions as our male colleagues. We participate in the same tenders with the same conditions. Unfortunately, we do not take part in the decision making. We usually come together under the name of women's communities, women brands, but we are not in the common areas. So to change this, we launched an EU-supported project called Active Women, Equal Representation. We held focus group meetings in 3 regions in Turkey, prepared reports with causes and solutions, and presented them to relevant authorities. We also provided training on how to be more effective in these professional civil organizations' boards. As a result, women were elected to the councils, committees in these regions. After this awareness project, for the first time in 60-year history of the Ankara Chamber of Industry, a woman elected to the board of directors at last. The visibility empowered many women in different regions and motivated us even more. We will continue these projects and we will be trying to be in common areas again in these boards. And our goal is work shoulder to shoulder with men, not only with women, of course, and ensure that women's mind should also present it in the decision making tables. We just want this. Our efforts have resulted in Turkey. Our Minister of Trade and the Turkish Standard Institute have introduced a standard, and that certifies called Gender Equality Sensitive Workplace. Companies that want to receive the certificate has obeyed some criteria, and these criteria, the most important ones, the ratio of women in management in the companies, provision of equal rights and conditions and opportunities, and training programs. And one of the most criteria is gender equality trainings. They have to take these trainings if they have to be certified with this name. It's a great pride for us, big proud of us, for Kaystar and Azmar. This training program has been accepted as a part of the certification process at the same time. And currently companies that which obtain this certification have access to financial benefits and some governmental supports in Turkey. If they show this certification, they can have some benefits. But the most valuable aspect for us, of course, companies began to transform themselves to meet these criteria. They began to transform. And this transformation, we believe that will expand women's in place women's place in the economy, and they will lay the foundation for fairer, more inclusive and sustainable development. In addition, of course, in Turkey, we connect with Women Entrepreneurs Forum all over Turkey throughout our network activities. And network activities is very important, and because of this, we are here right now. And really, we obtained very good activities together. And we brought together more than nearly 9 associations in Turkey together from different cities and formed a federation. Now in Turkey, it is the first businesswoman federation from this public history. Is Eska Hisar in Ankara, we are around 100 businesswomen, but with federation now, we are more than 1,000 businesswomen and entrepreneurs in the umbrella of under that roof, I can say, and it gives us a great power in our advocacy and lobbying work in our main goals. In the role of women, if the role of women in both economic and social life strengthened, we believe that it will be a fairer, a more equal, and more inclusive society, and we will create a positive impact in the world. But prosperity is not just economic growth. It is the way of producing, living comfortably and humanly, and looking up to the future with hope. This way cannot be walked without women. The destination, we believe that, cannot be reached without women. As a result, we really want to build a common future together as a woman and man. Not only women, not only men. We have to be together. For this, we will be present in every aspect of life. And the slogan of AIF, the Astana International Forum, it said that common mind and shaping the future, and it's shaping the future with the common mind perfectly reflects our vision, because without man or without woman, and there must be more men, because we are talking each other for many years. Women talks and listen each other. I wish to see more men here, maybe 1, 2, I don't know, cameras, and we are talking each other. It must be changed. There must be more men to hear us.
I agree.
I think
that's a really important point. And it sounds that your association is obviously doing fantastic work, and as you said, it's transforming society and transforming opportunities. What are some of the sectors which you see which present growth opportunity within Turkey? Are there certain areas where you feel as though there's real opportunity that you want to enable that entrepreneurship within?
Of course, the world is changing. Technology and the other necessities, the world is changing. But during this, due to the studies in Turkey, female entrepreneurs can greatly impact in green energy, sustainability, healthcare, and technology, education. Due to the studies, technology and digital transformation offer huge potential for innovation, and of course, healthcare and education, women's social impact and empathy power can create stronger them in these sectors. But in fact, we don't believe this, because as an entrepreneur, not women work power, as an entrepreneur, women are intelligence, effort, discipline, they have creativity and values. And these are very important for every sector, not only some sectors. And we believe that when the barriers to women in the workforce are removed, we entrepreneurs can succeed and grow in every sector. You must be sure that. And we women are good at collaboration, operation, management, education, and being sustainable, of course. So we can develop in every sector and contribute to the sustainable growth of our countries, our world. Not only one sector or special sectors. And although this, I know from my working close friends in our association and the ASMAR we met, we know each others, and they have the potential to achieve great success, and they are very hardworking women. Our goal is really to increase the number of qualified women entrepreneurs, and eliminate the disadvantages that prevent us from being successful in every sector.
That's great. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Well, what a fantastic panel and so much amazing insight we've had today. Now, conversation is obviously important, but what's even more important than conversation? Action. And I'm delighted to share that we're going to be able to close out today's discussion by sharing a memorandum of cooperation between Meklika, who just spoke, and Lazat Ramazanova,
Yes.
Who is chairwoman of the Council of Turkey Women Entrepreneurs, but also, obviously, as has already been discussed, the chairwoman of ASMAR, the National Association of Women Entrepreneurs of Kazakhstan. And I believe we have a table.
Yes, I know, but I have just small comment. Я вообще не готовилась к выступлению.
I haven't get myself prepared to make a speech, but once the legend of Central Asia entered, Miss Otumbaeva entered the hall. She is the only one and only female ex-president of Kyrgyzstan. I just memorized the moment when you were appointed as the president of Kyrgyzstan. It was such a hard time for Kyrgyzstan, and I made a notice that it is going to be just a woman who can set conditions for peace. It is just a woman who can find the concord in whatever is not agreeable. And it is just a woman who finds herself in a point when males strive to survive. So Madam Otumbaeva is a special envoy of the United Nations for Afghanistan. And for us, it is a great honor and true privilege that this legendary woman is with us. Rosa Iskakovna, you are a true role model for all girls from all around Central Asia. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
The just small message. On behalf of the organizers, thank you for joining today's panel. It's really good. We need this panel. Creating a women's platform at this international forum is a meaningful step. Women's entrepreneurships not only strengthens the economy, it also support long-term growth and social stability. Including women in economic life is not just about fairness. It's about using the full potential of our people for progress. Special thanks to our moderator. You are alone today. I hope we see more men on our sessions. And thanks to our partners, European Union, Visa, Castzink, and I'd
also like to highlight Turkic World Businesswomen, a platform under the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Organization of Turkic States. It brings together women leaders across our region to support shared development. We believe women should have equal opportunities in both, in business and politics. This strengthens a country's image and opens door to investment and innovation. At the last UN session in March, countries agreed that that no nations has achieved full gender equality and since Beijing Declaration. And now we goal was set. 2025 is really time for action. Today, I warmly invite Madame Kanan Karalar Yüksel, President of KAISDER, a key organization promoting gender equality in Turkey. And we signed the memorandum for cooperation, and we will beginning the gender certification, the businesses. Thank you. You can continue.
Good. Thank you so much again for joining us today, and congratulations on the Memorandum of Understanding.
құрметті ханымдар, ортаға жиналсаңыздар, общий сурет жасаймыз.
Berbe. 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 Berbe.
I'll sit and then. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this
last session of the Astana International Forum. It is a very special session today, not only because of our esteemed panelists who each one come from a different perspective. We have a representative of the government, Mr. Alibek, His Excellency Alibek Zamaou, Vice Minister of Energy for Kazakhstan, and a representative from the private sector, Amer Mahasen, Country Managing Director for Power International Holding, a representative of academia, Jason Veisey, is Energy Modeling Program Director of the Stockholm Environment Institute, and a representative of international organization, Anna Lobanova, Energy Connectivity Expert of ESCAP. ESCAP and UNEC. ESCAP is the Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, and UNEC is the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. I am the moderator. I am Dario Liguti, and I'm Director of Sustainable Energy at UNEC. And today's session will talk about a very important aspect in the energy transition, which is energy connectivity. The title of the session is Enhancing Energy Connectivity for a Resilient and Sustainable Kazakhstan Energy System. But it's not only about Kazakhstan, it's about the whole region. We say that energy connectivity is not only trading energy, but it's building relationships as well. It's creating a market, a regional market. And it's one of the panelists will show you the benefits of working on energy connectivity, enhancing energy connectivity between the different countries, not only between themselves, but as well towards other neighboring countries and other regions. Central Asia, as you know, as has been said many times during the forum today, sits in a very strategic location between Europe and Asia, north of South Asia, with plenty of resources, plenty of opportunities, and therefore plays a very strategic role in the energy transition and in geographical terms, in geopolitical terms. So, having said that, now I would like to give the floor to the panelists for their interventions, for their perspectives on this exciting theme. And we'll start obviously with Mr. Alibek Zamaou. So Kazakhstan has set an ambitious target in terms of carbon neutrality, by 2060. Is working on the new NDCs 3.0 that will be submitted to COP30. So what are the main challenges the country's energy system is facing in reaching this goal, and how can energy connectivity and infrastructure projects support its energy transition effort? Your Excellency, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dario. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you today. Clean energy and sustainable development are top priorities globally, and Kazakhstan is actively pursuing its own energy transition in line with global trends towards carbon neutrality, and we are committed to a balanced, phased approach that reflects our national circumstances, industrial development, and socio-economic needs. Kazakhstan is taking concrete steps to develop green energy sources and decarbonize the oil and gas sector. The government pays attention to the issues of reducing greenhouse emission, including methane. Kazakhstan joined the Global Methane Pledge in 2023 as a part of the COP29 in Dubai. Also, national oil and gas companies like Kazmunaygaz and Kazagaz joined the OGMP 2.0 partnership. We have made significant progress in reducing the gas flaring. In 2006, 3.1 billion cubic meters of gas was flared while producing 27 billion of gas. By the end of the 2024, the volume of gas flared was only 300 million cubic meter while producing 59 billion cubic meter of gas. This means a reduction of more than 90%, which demonstrates an outcome of success of national regulation. As a participant of the Paris Agreement, Kazakhstan has set a goal of achieving net zero by 2060. For that, we plan to increase the share of renewable energy sources to 15% by 2030 and to 50% by 2050. The current level is more than 6%. In order to achieve the set goal by 2050, the Ministry will ensure the holding of annual auctions that has provided it successful, as well as implementation of large-scale projects with the strategic investors. Some of the support we provide are guaranteed purchase of renewable energy sources by a single purchaser, annual indexation of tariffs, guaranteed purchase of electricity at the auction price for 20 years. We're already working with the strategic partners aiming to rapid the deployment of gigawatt projects with companies like Total, Masdar, as well as Chinese companies like China Power and Energy China. At the last COP29, we attracted projects for investment of $3.7 billion. Nuclear energy is also a reliable green energy source that also is capable of ensuring stable electricity supply. At COP29, we joined a declaration of tripling nuclear energy by 2050. Kazakhstan is the first world for uranium mining and also has a complete nuclear full cycle. Following the results of Republican referendum last year, it was decided to construct the first nuclear plant in Kazakhstan. To achieve the third goal of the Agency on Atomic Energy was established under the direct supervision of our President, which also focuses on the development and the long-term nuclear industry strategy. Hydrogen energy also represents an opportunity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In September last year, we adopted the concept of the development of hydrogen energy until 2030. It aims to, first, diversify energy resources, reduce carbon emissions, and stimulate demand for hydrogen technologies in industry and transportation. Conduct research, pilot projects, and establish international cooperation. We have a significant potential for producing hydrogen using renewable energy sources, which makes our country a promising supplier of clean hydrogen international markets. At COP29, the head of state of Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Uzbekistan signed an agreement on the implementation of the green energy production and the transmission project, the goal of which is to create a necessary infrastructure that allow the export of green energy from Central Asia to Europe and other destinations. The project will continue to strengthen our energy systems and will also contribute to environmental ambitions through green investments. At this stage, the issue of mobilizing green financing, technology exchange and development of significant scientific and technical potential remain important. The energy transition must have inclusive, pragmatic and take into account national priorities while building on common regional goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a very comprehensive overview and very clear overview of Kazakhstan's energy strategy. Very comprehensive because it complies, it entails a number of directions. You mentioned balanced approach. You mentioned diversification of sources of energy. You mentioned the need of course, the green corridors and therefore the strengthening of the electricity transmission and distribution systems. You mentioned as well nuclear, which is a big choice. It's a big societal choice, not only a technology choice, but it's a societal choice that Kazakhstan has recently made, as well as, of course, more frontier, new transition ways, if you want, such as hydrogen, and the enormous, of course, the great steps done in gas flaring and maintaining and lowering the greenhouse gas emissions. You mentioned a very important point, which opens the floor for the next speaker, which is the need, of course, for investments. Not everything can be financed by the government, even though Kazakhstan is a rich country and the government is a rich government. Not everything can be done by the government. And therefore, that's the reason why we have the private sector at this table. And so this is a perfect question for me to Amer. And Amer, so what does it take? What are you looking as a private investor when you look at Kazakhstan? And what makes you say, this is a place where I want to invest, as opposed to other countries? Or what are the challenges that you see, that you say, maybe this is a big risk, I need to find something to mitigate that risk? Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to make it quick, because Ali Bek was extending that introduction. First of all, let me introduce myself. First of all, it's my honor to join you today as the country managing director of Power International Holding for Kazakhstan, and to present our group, a diversified Qatari enterprise with a presence in over than 19 countries. By pursuing the vision of PIH, we invest heavily across a wide range of vital sectors: energy, infrastructure, real estate, telecommunication, hospitality, and services. Our entry in Kazakhstan makes more than a geographic expansion. We didn't come from Qatar to Kazakhstan to expand geographically, no. It reflects our confidence in the prosperity we see, potential we believe in, and our commitment to building long-term partnership in a country full of opportunities. We are guided by a clear principle to create lasting values. This means investing not only in the above-mentioned sectors, but we believe in investing in people, sustainability, and capacity building. In Kazakhstan, our focus aligns closely with the national strategic priorities of Kazakhstan, particularly in clean energy. It's our topic. Smart infrastructure, human capital, and sustainable urban development. We do appreciate our contribution and presence in this forum, and thank you for this opportunity, because we believe this forum is a valuable platform to open dialogue, transparency, and shared vision that shape and boost up the growth journey and the future potential role of Kazakhstan as a regional and secured hub for innovation and investments. Thank you. Back to your question. Of course, we will not mention here the positive part in our presence here in Kazakhstan. We know that Kazakhstan has the best strategic location, and logistically it's the best hub, and logistically, plus one of the richest country in the national resources, which we are here to contribute in this journey. It's for the government, for the economy, for a better life for the society. And we appreciate the efforts from the government that they are trying to facilitate the process and the procedures in order to make the investors life easier and attract more and more investors. But as we all know, we still have a few challenges. I don't want to say that those challenges are ignored, but they are on the right track to be sorted out. Those challenges, let me be frank and direct to the main points. Like we can talk about regulations and legal issues. Like regulations, I believe those regulations should plant the confidence into investors to have like uniformity of regulations and transparency for this. And the regulators, in my point of view, they have to be like a businessman background, because they have to put themselves in the investor's shoes. And they have to create like a chamber or a committee to think about the win-win situation with the investors, okay? And of course, they have to facilitate and expedite the decision-taking in all these long process and reduce as much as possible the bureaucracy, okay? The second point, which I believe in, the tax implementation and supporting the local production. The tax, I believe in exempting the strategic projects and the factories, the local production, the manufacturers, the Kazakh workforce from tax. This will enhance the economic, will ensure a better life for society, and the most important part, they can compete with the surrounding and external markets while they are producing a local product supported, subsidized by the government, and the government supporting this product and protecting this product to be like a first option for all vendors, bidders, etc. So this will attract international investors to have a joint venture with Kazakh companies and establish such infrastructure and compete with the surrounding markets and offering Kazakh society better rates and better quality, better service. So the third point, I believe in the human capital. Locals in Kazakhstan should be supported. The government and all the public entities should invest heavily in enhancing the human capital and enhancing their skills, their qualification, because we are as expats or foreigners or international company, we believe in relying on the local workforce. The local workforce should be well educated, well trained to meet the need and the potential requirements for the government in upcoming 10 years. Like we need these positions, we need these skills, this qualification in place from now till like 10 years, aligned with the opening projects and opportunities that the government will offer. So the last point, sorry for getting too long, the last point is also the financial system, the banking system, the complications and the procedures, like if you need to transfer from country to country, like $50,000, you need a pile of documents. proof of fund, the relationship, the reason, what is it for? So this a bit complicated because it's time consuming and effort. We should simplify whatever we can do in order to boost up. But at the end, we are in the right place, we are on the right land, and we are believing in this upcoming future for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir. After a very comprehensive overview of the Kazakh's energy strategy, we have a very comprehensive view of both the strengths and the challenges of working in Kazakhstan. I liked from of course, the strategic location and the natural resources, but I like that you mentioned as well the people of Kazakhstan as one of those resources in this country, which we all believe in it. And you mentioned 4 areas of challenges, very practical, with practical examples and concrete issues that you mentioned that certainly will not fail in having attracted the ears of the minister and everybody else in this audience about your view of what it takes to support the strategy that the government wants to implement. I won't go through the details, but certainly there are plenty of ideas on the table and concrete recommendations and suggestions for that. Now, and it is interesting because we have the strategy, we have the view again on what it takes to make that strategy happen from a private investor perspective, somebody who has a long-term perspective. Now, maybe Jason, I mean, you're not only working in NDC 3.0, which is obviously, the backbone of Kazakhstan strategy overall, not just in the energy space, but the approach that Kazakhstan has towards the Paris Agreement. But as well, coming back more, if we want more specifically to the energy connectivity issue, which is at the same time is an infrastructure issue, but it's a regulatory issue, which was mentioned one of the points by Amer. It's a financing issue, another point that Amer and the minister both mentioned. So it's like a microcosm of all the opportunities and the challenges that have both the minister and Amer have highlighted before, but concentrated in one very specific issue, which is energy connectivity. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about that and what you see in this, in Kazakhstan and obviously in Central Asia overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. I think I will remain seated. It's a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank UNECE and UN for organizing this panel, and it's a pleasure to be with such distinguished panelists this afternoon, talking to you about this very important issue of energy connectivity and its relationship to the clean energy transition and decarbonization in Kazakhstan. So first, just a couple of words about myself. I'm the Energy Modeling Program Director at the Stockholm Environment Institute. And for those of you who don't know us, we are an international nonprofit research organization, and we really focus on doing integrated analysis that supports decision-making, so very applied work. And we have had the privilege of working here in the region for quite a while, more than 10 years, doing the type of work that I do, which is quantitative analysis of energy systems and modeling the way that energy systems might develop in the future, which is an extremely interesting topic, especially in a country as diverse and dynamic as Kazakhstan, embedded in this very diverse and dynamic region with so much growth going on, so much potential, and so many energy resources at their disposal, everything from fossil resources to renewable energy. So I'll talk a little bit about the question that you raised, Dario, and to tell you a little bit about some of the work that we've done looking at energy futures in Kazakhstan and in the wider region, and then looking at the role that energy connectivity specifically could play in facilitating a low carbon energy transition and what that would mean. So We've been doing modeling work around this question for a while, including in a very important project that we did with UNECE specifically on this issue of energy connectivity and its relationship to energy supply and costs and the stability of the energy system in the future. And what our work has shown is that increased connectivity, and in particular electricity grid connectivity, which is relatively low in the region right now, could play a really important role in helping to deliver a cleaner, more secure, and more affordable energy supply. Why cleaner? Because when you improve the connections among electricity grids, it makes it easier to use the best quality renewable resources, which are often now at the marginal level, they are the cheapest resources to exploit for additional marginal generation. And it allows you to use those resources in a more efficient way across the entire region. Why more secure, more stable? Because it increases the flexibility available to grid operators. When grid operators are thinking about the issue of decarbonization, very often they're challenged by the problem of renewable intermittency. And what's going to happen as you try to integrate more and more renewable resources on the grid in the future? This is a major concern here in Kazakhstan, as in every country where I work, and I work all around the world. Better transmission connectivity can be a very important element in managing that intermittency because it allows geographic smoothing of renewables, meaning that if you average your renewable generation across a wider geographic area, you tend to buffer the fluctuations in demand or in supply of those resources over time, but also it gives grid operators another option for dispatching if renewable resources on their local grid are not providing enough generation to meet requirements. And then why reduced costs? Really because of all of the reasons that I've been talking about, especially the ability to access high quality but low cost renewable resources that might not have been available if you didn't have better transmission to access them. And this is true at the country level, so within Kazakhstan, but also at the regional level. In work that we've done over the last year, for example, we've found that improving electricity grid connectivity in the region could save over $1 billion per year in the medium to long term at the regional level. And these findings about stability, about decarbonization, and about cost effectiveness hold within Kazakhstan as well, and they have key implications for the carbon neutrality strategy by 2060, how do we get there, as well as what's going to happen with the next short to medium term climate plan in the NDC 3.0. Now I should say that it's not necessary to have better transmission connectivity or energy connectivity in general to decarbonize the energy system. There are ways to imagine a lower carbon energy system in Kazakhstan with the same grid infrastructure that we have today. But it will certainly be easier, more cost effective, faster, if energy connectivity and improved grid connectivity in particular is an ingredient in those decarbonization plans. So, for example, in recent modeling that we've done for Kazakhstan, we've found that if Kazakhstan is on a deep decarbonization trajectory, if they're heading toward that 2060 goal, that the investment requirements to get there could be lowered by 8 to 10% over the long term between now and 2050 if there is improved grid connectivity as an important element of the mix. So when you're thinking about the level of investment that's needed to decarbonize the energy system here, it's denominated in the billions of dollars. A 10% savings on that is significant money that we're talking about. We've looked at different possibilities for grid connections within Kazakhstan, and it's clear, and with Kazakhstan and its neighbors, and it's clear that better connectivity among the major electricity producing regions of the country, between north and south and between west and north, that is an important thing to look at. It could be an important element of a lower cost decarbonization strategy, but also connections to other neighboring countries. The Kyrgyz Republic and Uzbekistan could be important over the long term as well. I think when we think about the NDC and what role we could have increased connectivity play in the NDC, an obvious challenge there is that many connectivity projects require international coordination. And NDC planning is fundamentally, it's a national exercise. And it's a rather short-term exercise. We're talking about a 10-year planning horizon. So that becomes a challenge. How can we get other countries to the table and in time to produce an NDC and make that commitment? But in Kazakhstan's case, I think the potential for connections within the country, better connecting the electricity producing regions within Kazakhstan offer an important element that should be considered in the NDC. Our modeling has shown that this would allow, just improving the connections within Kazakhstan would allow, for example, greater integration of wind energy, taking better advantage of wind resources in the north and in the west, delivering them to load centers in the south, and reduce dependency on gas, or even higher costs, carbon capture and storage options with fossil fuels in the long run as Kazakhstan moves toward the 2060 carbon neutrality goal. So I think that's my answer. I think that really what's key here to remember is that connectivity is an element which can facilitate the low carbon transition, whether it's on the short to medium term with the NDC or in the longer term. In terms of the carbon neutrality strategy, it facilitates that by improving flexibility, providing better access to low-cost resources. It drives the costs down, makes it more efficient, makes it easier to decarbonize, even on a faster trajectory. And I do hope that it is an element that's considered in the NDC here. Ultimately, the NDC is a national exercise, and those measures in the NDC will come from the national government and from stakeholder consultations. But improving that grid connectivity, I think, is an important element to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I think it's, you made a very strong business case, I believe, to invest in energy connectivity with numbers, timelines, and what needs to happen in terms of governance decisions around how to bring forward this opportunity. And it is one of those, there are few, in the energy space, there are few solutions which are, as Omer said, win-win. Most of the difficulty that governments and the Vice Minister has is trade-offs between energy security, energy affordability, and energy sustainability. There are some solutions, some things that actually are positive for the three legs of the energy trilemma. And probably energy connectivity is one of the few ones that actually is able to impact positively both the three legs of the energy trilemma. I want to pick up on your point around regional cooperation. You mentioned as well, already connecting different regions within Kazakhstan, which is as big as Western Europe. So we need to realize that. And so certainly already connecting regions within Kazakhstan is a massive engagement, is a massive investment. But with the neighboring countries involves cooperation. It involves international cooperation, involves setting agreements, setting protocols. The Vice Minister mentioned the agreement that Kazakhstan has done to work with Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan, exactly, for the Green Corridor, following the COP29, which was one of the issues that we as UN worked with the COP29 presidency, Azerbaijani presidency, in launching, and we're very happy to be in one of the countries that has signed up for that engagement on the green corridors. But nobody better than Anna can tell us about, what role you see international organizations in supporting. You heard the vision of the minister, you heard the requirements, the ambitions of the private sector and the challenges. You heard, the potential that comes from research and quantified research is out there. So how can we, you and I, but I'm the moderator, so I'm not going to answer my question, can actually help where we can bring added value and make this happen? Please, Anna.
Thank you so much, Dario, for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's greatly mentioned all the ambition we have in the region and specifically in Kazakhstan in terms of achieving net zero. And as Jason emphasized, energy connectivity is one of the very important tools on how it's possible to get there. And there are, of course, many things which are required when we talk about energy connectivity. And I see that international organizations can play the coordinating role in terms of moving forward towards achieving this goal. Because what is important, there are a couple of things what's important to mention when we talk about developing projects. First, that international organizations, both including ESCAP and UNECE, together we cover more than half of the countries in this world, and we see examples not only inside the region, not only in Kazakhstan, but we also have access to other countries and experience what they have. And we greatly believe in sharing this experience. We believe that it's important to learn from each other when you have a goal, and it's not necessarily to go all the way and have all the steps and make the same mistakes. It's important to have experience from someone who've already done this process and implement this in your region and in your country. And I really believe that Kazakhstan has first great ambitions, but also has everything what needed to achieve this. And as international organizations, we will be very happy to support on this. And also I would like to, when we talk about connectivity, I would like to put a little bit more attention on grids and pick up on the COP29, which you mentioned. And apart from Green Corridor Pledge, there was another pledge on energy storage and grids pledge. And I'm happy to emphasize that Kazakhstan was one of the countries which signed this pledge. And the reason I'm talking about grids is because this is the backbone of connectivity development. And not only inside, within the country, connecting different parts of the country, but also connecting to other countries. And there are great examples of very ambitious projects, which Deputy Minister mentioned on Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan Green Corridor development, but same Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, Black Sea, undersea cable. And grids is what is driving these projects. And this is what can help it happen. And I'm happy to present the work today, what we did in UN ASCAP on assessing grid readiness for power system transformation in Asia and the Pacific. There was a pilot study, and the idea behind this study is to show policymakers and experts where grid readiness is at the moment. And couple of words about the study. It was done, the methodology was developed together with C4, Sustainable Energy for All, international organization. And we tried to make sure that the assessment we did is scalable, so you can add different indicators or remove indicators depending on what country you do assessment for, because we greatly emphasize that each country is very different in its context, so it's important to look in details. Then it's adjustable, so you also can adjust to the national context, and it's we also make sure that you can replicate the same methodology for other countries if you would like to add more countries or region in the assessments. So we looked at more than 50 indicators all over energy system with the emphasis on power system transition. So what are the goals of the country and where the country is in terms of the renewable energy development and investment readiness. Then we looked at the grids development itself the transmission capacity or private sector participation, for example. We looked at the grid operation both in distribution and transmission. And of course, we also looked at the consumer side. If consumers, if there are social, if there are consumer consultations available in the country and so on. And on the screen, you can see the QR code to access this study. Just a couple of brief conclusions from the study. First, we see great ambitions and we see interest from countries, and the countries which signed COP29 pledge, of course, leaders and pioneers in this movement. However, and we see some progress, but however, we see that the progress is unfortunately quite slow. And as I mentioned, one of the reasons for this study is to increase in awareness and to put more attention on grid development. Because of course, it's important to have goals and to set ambitious goals, but it's also important to have a path to this goal. And grid development is one of the steps on this path. And from international organization side, we would be very happy to support countries in this journey and to bring experience from other parts of the world and from other countries to make this path for you easier. Thank you.
Thank you, and I particularly like your last sentence, and learn from others, because as you know, very recently there's been a very, how can I say, visible result of not planning properly, which was a blackout in Spain, in Portugal, and the south of France. And so Kazakhstan and countries in Central Asia have the benefit of learning from the mistakes of others, which is always a good position to be, because typically those type of mistakes are very costly. And so that the reason why we do international organization studies and we bring best practices, we show as well what hasn't worked in certain countries, so that people don't make the same mistakes. And I think that is a very important, often under-considered or under-appreciated aspect of this regional collaboration. It's not only about establishing energy connectivity, but it's about sharing knowledge, sharing technologies, sharing experiences. It's a very, very important aspect. So now I would like to see whether there is any burning question from the audience. I have plenty of questions for the panelists, but of course if there is anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question. Yes?
Hello, thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question about more precisely the nuclear question here. Basically, well, it's quite known now that there is a huge effort for Kazakhstan to turn into nuclear power. Since it has been announced now there's maybe 3 power plants that are going to be built. And I was wondering if there was, even though the construction has been completed, if there has been already some precise plan, for example, this is a huge investment. Will there be in the long term the whole uranium supply chain be here in Kazakhstan with some plans to have, for example, some a way to enrich uranium or to convert it? And also, is this power plant going to serve only Kazakhstan, or this electricity will also be shared across Central Asian countries? Is there more precise information about how the nuclear energy will have a role in the energy mix in Kazakhstan and the region?
So there's a lot of questions. Please.
Okay, thank you for your question. I will try to answer. Yes, you are right. Our government is planning to build 3 nuclear plants. The locations are already selected in the Soviet Union time, because you cannot place nuclear plant in any place you want. It should be whether the river or sea or lake. So we have First plant will be on Balkhash Lake. The second plant probably will be on the Caspian Sea, and we have Kurchatov region that was selected in the Soviet time, that the place where the rivers and the grid system is already developed. So regarding the regional supply, of course, if we are in a profit in a night time, so we can deliver the electricity to our neighbor countries as Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan if they need. But you know, one plant can be built in 10 years, so 3 plants, it's almost 30 years, so we'll see in the future. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good point.
That guy was from, where are you from? Okay. Journalist? Student, okay. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Madina. I'm from Kazakhgas IMAC company. And I have a question for last two speakers because I found the energy connectivity topic quite interesting and intriguing. I'm not fully familiar with it, so I have a question regarding more of plans and like the backbones of what is happening in there in terms of not the plan itself, but like how does it operate? So I have a question regarding the machinery and what kind of equipment does it require? And does, for example, Central Asia have it? And like, could it be transported from somewhere? Or else maybe we could use something up to date like AI technology to help it, to modernize it as well. And yeah, so something like that.
I can start. Thank you so much for your question. Maybe I'll start a little bit with the background from UN ESCAP, because in ESCAP we have a roadmap for energy connectivity development, and as international organization we operate with governments. We have 53 member states inside ESCAP, and all 53 member states agreed that energy connectivity is an important or sharing knowledge, what we talked about before. And coming to your question, for each region it works differently. There are different mechanisms on how connectivity can be implemented, starting from bilateral agreements in between countries, where countries just agree to sell each other profit of electricity, to the most extended point, and now currently that's European Union, where they have common market in between countries, where they don't just trade for bilaterally, but they trade using market mechanism. So there are different levels how it can be done, and it's up to countries to decide what mechanisms they use. Coming to specifically to Central Asia, as you know from the history, Central Asian countries were connected from Soviet Union time, and during Soviet Union time there was a single system how countries operated, and there was not only electricity but also water involved, whereas during professor time there was more hydro, and during winter times Kazakhstan supplied gas to the countries. So there is already history in the region how countries were connected, and there was already infrastructure, but of course currently it's getting outdated, and Tajikistan left the system and reconnected only last year. So it's a lot to be done, and there are different mechanisms, as I said, and up to countries to decide how they want to do that. Thank you.
listen, we have 3 minutes, so maybe very quickly, because I think we leave one last question, because at 6 p.m.
I will just say, just very quickly, yes, we're looking at electricity system connectivity. That's high voltage transmission for us. Could be AC, it could be DC. That technology exists already in the region and is deployed. We're talking about scaling it up.
Thank you. One last question, please. Do you have a microphone?
Hello, my name is Dasha and I'm engineering student, and I think my question is more to Mr. Alibek. You mentioned that Kazakhstan could become a renewable energy supplier. However, over the past 5 years, the share of the electricity produced by renewable sources increased from 1.5 to almost 6%, which is like around 4%, which is really, really slow. So my question is, how exactly do you envision the implementation of Kazakhstan's role as a renewable or clean energy supplier, and what concrete steps can be taken to accelerate this transition more effectively within the country also, so that our clean energy would be more than 6% out of the whole energy? Thanks.
Thank you. Very good question. Yes, you are right. We lost 3-4 years to just start our new strategy on the renewables. So we have amended our legislation. We created a system of purchasing green energy and selling green energy. So we spent a lot of time to establish our green energy system. And as I told in my presentation, in a few years we are going to construct a big wind farms with 3-4 gigawatts with Chinese companies, with Total from France, and Nazar from United Arab Emirates. So I think in 2015 we will reach 30% of the green energy. Thank you. Well, also we are developing the solar panels, and, because Kazakhstan has a vast territory, so we have a lot of wind and a lot of sun. So we are open for investors to come here and invest in green renewables. We will give you preferences in tax preferences, in legislation, flexibility. So we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I have to be honest, I'm very happy that we have 3 questions from the audience that were 3 from the younger generation. So you can see that the younger generation is very much engaged in the future of Kazakhstan, and they have questions and they want to see exactly the answers, and which is great, and it's very, very good. Please join me in thanking our panelists for an excellent. Thank you very much, and enjoy your evening in Astana. Thank you. Bye-bye.